Good evening, guys. Good to see you. Hey, Oakham. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? I hope your week has been pretty good. Mine has. JHT Survival. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? NN Panay Vlog 14. Good to see you as well. I hope your week has been good for you. Mine has. I just got back home yesterday early in the morning. How are you doing, JHT? Yeah, that will do it. Good to hear, Oakham. Good to hear. So, I'm back from my trip to Gothenburg. So, I haven't streamed for 2 weeks. So, this is the one. Hey, Diors. Good to see you, brother. How are you doing? I hope your week has been good to you. And thanks for the membership, my friend. I appreciate that. And I have pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat as usual. So, if anybody are up for it, feel free. Feel free to click and join me up here. But anyway, it's good to see you guys again. Chillaxing is Saturday. Some gutter needs clean, but passing on it today. Yes, your tools need to be cleaned, but I don't think they can wait. Hey, Dior's good to see you, brother. We have obviously no audio. I think Dior's has a problem with his audio. So, does your garden go, Oakham? Hey, PB, good to see you. How are you doing, preparedness veteran? I hope your week has been good to you. Hey, Diors. I believe you have some more problems with your audio. I have not gardened much this year. More of canned foods hoard in the flower ceiling. Yeah, well, that is at least something. A good thing to do. Yeah, good, but a week of variation. Yeah, I can tell you that. My week has been of a little bit of a variation for me as well, so that's always nice. Hey, Hendo, good to see you, brother. How are you doing? Well, yeah, HT, that happens sometimes. Yeah, if you have a lot of things going on, well, you don't have much time for anything else. So I understand that. Hey, PB, do you want to join me up here? Chilling indoors, local weather is shit. Okay. A lot of rain, I guess. I have pinned the StreamYard link in the top of the chat, as usual. Okay, preparedness veteran, no problem. Oh, now we have my cat on the screen too, at least his tail. Lots of rain and wind. Yeah, that's giving raining cats and dogs, and wind on top of that. That will make you soaking wet in a sec. Yeah, and it's my cat. He likes to be in my lap most of the day. Hey, PB.
Shadow, you can hear me? Test sound
Yeah, I
check.
can hear you loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear.
Right. So good. Yeah, doing okay. Yeah, just reading some of the comments there. Hendo,
Yeah,
it's raining. Lots of rain and wind. Yeah, same here. It's the same country,
yeah,
obviously, and just been strong winds all week, strong rain all week, on and off. It's for the middle of summer. It's 11 degrees here today. That was the maximum temperature. We had the fire lit.
yeah,
Middle of summer last year we had the swimming pool out, and and it was so hot, it was unbearable. It's just complete change.
yeah.
Con-
We
Considering
have
when
21 or 22 degrees Celsius and sun here.
right, oh, good. I was going to say, considering the rest of Europe has just gone through a really hot heat wave in the
Yeah,
40s in the majority of places in mainland Europe. We've been sat here in I think the maximum it got to was 18 or 19 degrees. Yeah, I think this
yeah,
UK summer just got cancelled. Yeah,
yeah.
early winter. It's going to be an
Hey,
expensive winter for coal.
Macabeth, everyday survival. Good to see you, brother. Well, actually, today's topic is difference between a big and small city. When it comes to preparedness, that's a difference because those who lives in a big city has to prepare on a different way compared to those who lives in a small city.
Yeah, absolutely. So when I first saw your headline there, the first thing that sprung to mind, regardless of any preparedness aspects, was 15-minute cities, which quite a few people are starting to talk about, and it's starting to appear more and more in the mainstream media. Have you heard about this, have you, Shadow?
Yeah,
The 15-minute city job. It's supposed to be some sort of long-term management plan by our illustrious leaders at, I think it was the UN. They got the 2030 Sustainable Development Act, which is a long-term program to bring everyone in line and make a more sustainable planet and all this sort of stuff. Anyway,
yeah,
just a quick side note: 15-minute city jobbies, if anyone doesn't know, is some sort of plan so that every city is segmented into zones in which, as an individual or a household, all amenities are within a 15-minute walk. So your school's 15 minutes away, medical care is 15 minutes away, police, all that sort of stuff, shops, entertainment. And if you're going to go into another zone, another 15-minute area, then there will
yeah,
be some sort of penalty to pay in terms of a fee, some sort of transport fee. And yeah, it's a bit creepy if you ask me. It's okay for some creepy official to restrict your entire existence into a 15-minute walking footprint, yet they're flying around in jets and doing what they like. It all screams a bit of those at the top playing God, if you like. Yeah.
yeah,
Anyway, that's the 15-minute city scenario. If anyone doesn't really know about it, look into it and you'll see all sorts of insidious ideas floating around. It's already starting to creep in Britain. We've got low emission zones. They're called ULEZ zones, and they're starting to creep into all major cities around the world. And you just escalate from there. But good or bad, that's what they are. Like I say, that's the first thing that sprung to mind when I saw your headline there. Difference between a big city and a small city. But back on track. Yeah, it's that can be quite varied. I mean, if you take a big city scenario, for example, you could almost guarantee there will be at least one hospital in that big city or large town, and around it there'll be obviously satellite towns within 25 minutes drive, for instance. So the amenities are all within reach of that. So I mean, what people have got to ask themselves, what springs to mind with me is how close do I want to be as a prepper to avoid any sort of escalation of violence from these cities into these satellite cities, if you like.
yeah,
Obviously, bigger city, more people, more facilities, more entertainment, more police, and so on and so on. But I mean, the smaller towns and cities, they have got, some of them have got a mirror sort of effect, set of amenities than the big cities on a smaller scale. So I don't know. I suppose it comes down to resources and threats, really. Like Hendo says, there are big anti-ULEZ protests today in London. Yeah, the weekends are protest days in London, Saturdays and Sundays, especially Sundays.
Yeah, it's a lot of protests in UK these days.
I mean, at the best of times, I wouldn't like to live in a big city, let alone if anything kicks off or any situation gets worse. Because let's take rioting for a start off. You can guarantee if any rioting is going to happen, it's going to happen in the cities first, the big major cities, the capital cities, and then it will probably spread as it has done previously into other major cities. Was a couple of years ago there was some sort of economic demonstration that spread around the world. The George Floyd example was a good
Yeah,
one. It spread around the world: Paris, New York, London, and so on, so on, so on. You know, they all kicked off there, rioting in the big major cities, and everyone else in the smaller towns we just sat back and watched it on TV basically because it didn't really affect them. So yeah, I can imagine the big cities are the first ones to feel the full brunt of any social disorder, if you like.
yeah,
But it's not to say they're, the smaller ones are out of the woods, because uh, you could be in a small town or a small city and be in more of a threat area in terms of a natural disaster, for instance.
yeah, exactly.
You could be on a coastal town or a coastal village in the direct path of a tsunami. That basically just comes down to location. But if you are in if you're in a small city or town or a big city, then I suppose when it comes to aid, recovery, and reconstruction, it will boil down to the availability of assets coming towards, the availability of aid and getting the transport routes, getting into and out of the area that's been affected, really. Uh,
Yeah,
but on the other hand,
we had a couple of riots in Gothenburg a couple of years ago. It was when I
right,
was younger. Uh, they smashed windows in the stores, and they were total mess. Yeah, and they have been bombs that have been exploding and a lot of things a couple of years ago, and I believe it was yesterday. I mean, not yesterday. Last year, I believe it was. It was a riots there too, but police cars were burned and everything's like that, and that was in Gothenburg as well. So
yeah. So, mate, basically the same for you in Sweden as here in Britain. They
yeah,
any sign of social disorder, disgruntlement, they'll target the capital city first, and vent their anger on all the shops. It seems to me nowadays that there's a large portion of society cannot wait for any excuse to just kick off. It's then an
yeah,
excuse to join the crowds. You've got mob mentality then, and just free reign to just smash shop windows up, go in there, take what you like, take what you couldn't really afford beforehand, and thinking you can get away with it. And a lot of the time, and many of them do. I
and
always,
I talked to my mother when I was visiting in Gothenburg, and I talked to her because I just wanted to take my uh, BB gun up, BB rifle up, a 5.5 millimeters.
yeah,
But my mother said, you can't get that on the tram. And why? I said, it's so many shootings, so they are so suspicious. They won't allow it. So I had to leave it there.
Yeah. What was you going to join in?
Hey,
Yeah.
Grayman Prepping, good to see you, brother. Gil
I
is
mean,
in the.
for when it comes to any sort of riot or social disorder, when it from the police and administrative control point of view,
Yeah,
they've got to, it's damage limitation. It's already started, so it's in their best interest to come down hard and quick and control, segregate people so that it's damage limitation. And if you're anywhere in that area, you're, you're undistinguishable from the rioters or the people committing the social disorder. So anyone who is carrying any form of what appears to be a weapon, whether it be a plastic water pistol all the way through to a BB gun or a real weapon, they're going to
yeah,
get they're going to come down hard on those guys. And I mean, yeah, these days, if people would want to join in on any form of demonstration, then prepare to get hurt, basically, because there's no messing around these days. You're
yeah,
up against people wearing body armor who've been trained. They've been well equipped, well armed, well, they practice all this sort of stuff specifically for these scenarios. So, best option is just unless you want to get hurt, just get out, get out the situation, and leave it well alone. Just leave the area. Otherwise, you'll get
yeah,
embroiled into it, and the longer term consequences, which people don't really think about at the time, anywhere from losing your job, criminal record, that sort of stuff. But I mean, yeah, that's short term SHTF type stuff, really.
yeah. And in big cities, there is a lot of people who is moving around to different places, to different stores, shops. Uh, so it's a lot of people in circulation. So if something
Yeah,
happens, it will be a total mess if
yeah,
you are in the crowd crowded area. So and you never
yeah,
know, you might go from your home into your pharmacy to get some painkillers or other prescription medication, and you don't know if something happened when you go there, but it can. So
yeah.
you don't want to get stuck in the middle of that mess. So
Well, this is when it comes down to your information streams and your news streams. You got to watch what's happening through the news feeds, mainstream media. I mean, mainstream media put their own slant on things and have some sort of agenda, if you like. But
yeah,
you've got to look at mainstream news feeds to ascertain if there's anything going on in that area, because they will report that whatever message they say is going on, they will report that something's happening. So you've got to. I mean, for me, no matter where I go, always look at what's happening in the area through just general internet search or through the news, and then go out, and make a decision whether or not to go out to that area or not.
yeah,
And if you, I mean, be it on your own head, if you go out and there's a riot on or some sort of thing building up, the build up is probably the worst bit, because that would then mean that you're potentially going to be caught up in something when it kicks off, and that's another scenario then.
I agree.
So, when you're out, if something happens, then you're looking at the get home scenario with whatever you got, your EDC, you get a home bag or whatever, And if people have driven into the town for a bit of shopping or for whatever reason, medical appointment, dentist appointment, opticians here and whatever, they may not be able to drive back because a favourite, a key favourite of rioters is to roll cars, smash them up, set them on fire, this sort of stuff. And other people escaping, as we all know, will clog the roads up. So beware on a simple trip downtown. Something could have kicked off, and you might not be able to drive back. So it's on foot or by other means, whatever.
Yeah, and
It's one of
then
the
that takes
Yeah, go
a
on.
different type of preparations and prepping, especially if
Yeah.
you live in a big city
Yeah,
like
I mean,
London, Gothenburg, New York, Washington.
yeah. You've got to consider this sort of thing if you're living in a big city or a big town. You know, things can just happen at an instant these days. It doesn't even have to be a riot or anything like that. It could be a big chemical spill or a tanker spill or something like that.
Videos.
Hey, Dios, you're right.
Hey, sorry, I was having issues trying to get connected. Like my internet just dropped out, and like, what the heck is going on here? I'm paying for unlimited data, and I don't understand why my internet just out of nowhere doesn't want to work. I couldn't even get the Google Maps or anything. Like, not even the outdoor temperature to work. Because I got like a little simple weather app that tells me, AccuWeather, tell me what the outdoor temp is, what the weather is, and that wouldn't even work. And I'm like, oh, I'm getting annoyed with this phone. Sorry.
Yeah. You say you tether through your phone, do you?
What's that?
Do you tether through your phone? Is that your internet?
Yeah, for now.
Yeah, that's what I do. I've been doing that for over 10 years. I think it's a lot cheaper than it's a lot cheaper here than broadband, and you get a 5G phone, just tether, and no issues at all. You get like you say, you get the odd dropout and stuff.
Yeah, I would like to actually get. Well, I mean, you get dropout with regular LAN internet, but I would like to get some like regular internet one of these days. Just right now, at the moment, it just ain't cost effective. But I'd like to do that so we can do some online gaming. But I haven't been able to online game in months. It's almost getting to a point where like I almost don't even miss it, but I kind of do.
Yeah. Well, yeah, let's say Shadow. It's another one. Big city, small city. Big city's got more of a reliable and faster internet service, mobile cell service, all that sort of stuff. You go to the smaller cities and it gets a bit more precarious.
Yep.
I mean, normally
Editing and media, good to see you.
we get some.
Hey, Gil, welcome to the stream.
All right, Gil.
See you on the channel too.
Gil, all right, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good.
So yeah, normally throughout the town and cities in Britain, you'd get a decent 4G connection. You go into the town and city, the big cities, you're straight into 5G and on a cell phone, 5G cell phone, and you're getting 500-600 meg plus, speeds. It is a good step forward in terms of speeds. Other people can argue the health effects and all that sort of conspiratorial stuff, but here you go.
Hey, you could still be on dial-up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. You remember dial-up? You have to.
Yeah, I
to
remember
get someone off the
dial-up.
phone. Get someone off the phone to do something. Download a page took about 10 minutes if you were lucky.
Yeah. Right now, most people don't know that we had a CME hit. The wave hit last night. Actually early this morning. So,
I heard suspicious observers talking about that. I was catching up a little bit on him.
I was watching that, and I thought there was because we're approaching the peak in June 2025. Because I watched this because I'm a ham operator, and there's been a big discharge near enough every day for the last couple of weeks.
yeah,
And
fortunately,
luckily they're going in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
But I thought I saw one the other day, which was a huge one, and I didn't think that was going to hit until Sunday night. It's one of these animated circular
Yeah.
jobbies,
Yeah, the big one hit that was aimed away hit. One of the big ones hit late last night, early this morning, and what hit us was supposedly really weak on the one flow, but it shoved the KP storm index up to a 5 or a 6. I can't remember which it was, but it was like, and like Ben was saying, holy, like it's this should not have happened with this week of a ejection coming that hit us. It was pretty daggone intense, and I noticed last night on my live stream things started acting up near the end of it.
Yeah, so I've heard reports today that there was a couple of auroras seen, or an aurora seen, mid-England, UK, which is quite rare. But I didn't see anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's a classic example of all the information's out there and all the satellites are out there that predict these things, and there's live streams on the internet showing you the projected indexes and all this sort of stuff. And a lot of people just don't even know, completely unaware of it. They don't even know about the feeds, and a lot of people can get quite caught off guard because next thing they know, the grid's gone down.
Yep.
Well, I was going to say, I've noticed, at least with these, with increased solar activity, it actually does affect my ability to make outgoing phone calls or receive incoming phone calls. Like it'll affect that.
Right.
But in the same light, it'll sometimes not even affect my ability to use my phone for the internet.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at this more closely as we approach sort of mid-June 2025, because there's a number of solar cycles. It's not just the 11-year cycle. There's about 5 or 6, and there's a big one called the Gliesberg cycle, which I think it's got an 88-year sort of lifespan, where it peaks and troughs and this sort of stuff. That's going to coincide with the latest 11-year sunspot cycle. So you're getting like a double peak and a double whammy, which is going to be in the region of June 2025.
And then you add to that the fact that the geomagnetic sphere around the Earth is weakening dramatically. I mean,
Yeah.
it's going nosediving right now.
Right.
I know there's a symbiotic relationship between the Earth's magnetic sphere and the basically the solar cycles of the sun.
Was it the Carrington event? Did that happen? That didn't happen in a maximum. That happened in a minimum, didn't it?
I'll
have to check.
I don't think it was. I think it was in the middle between during the transition.
Which just goes to show we don't have to be in a solar maximum to get a catastrophic sort of impact like that. Because
I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and check. So don't quote me on this. It's just some food for possibility thought. The galactic current waves. I think it was hitting about that time though. So the galactic current waves may have been passing by us when the sun went, oh crap, and blew out the Carrington effect at us.
Right. Yeah.
And I was about ready to say, like we've been due for another 1859 Carrington event.
Oh yeah.
Been due for about 170 years.
With any of these big events, we're overdue all of them now. They're all going to hit us at once. It's like Yellowstone's due to go, and La Palma's due to go, Sunspot's due to go.
What's interesting on that is there have been several larger than Carrington events go off of the sun. Fortunately, they've been the other direction.
Yeah.
And that's just part of the roll of the dice. Where are we when the sun burps? Are we on that side? Are we off catching a glancing blow? Or what's going on?
Yeah, it's interesting to see there's a particular prediction model. It's an animated one. It's a circular depiction, and it's interesting to see. We're just the right distance away as well, because some of these things don't develop until beyond as well. And it's so complex. It's unbelievable. It's the mechanics of it. But you just keep watching the predictions. That's all I say.
Yeah.
So back on track. The sideline there. Big and small city differences in SHTF. Personally, for me, I'd rather stay out of the big cities, stay on the edge of a sort of a semi-functional town, medium-sized town with all the amenities, all the facilities, just out of arm's reach, if you like. Location is everything, I think.
Yes. I mean, I retired from Homeland Security back in 2018, but for 5 years before that, my wife and I were looking, where are we going to retire? Because we didn't want to retire in California. We wanted to get out of that communist state. And and so we wound up settling in Idaho, which happened to be where my grandmother had been born. But we were looking. I was looking on the east side or the west side of the state originally, and my daughter was going to Brigham Young University and up in Rexburg, which is on the east side of the state. And then she said she got married. She goes, "We're going to stay out. We're going to stay over here on the east side of the state." So my wife said, "Start looking on the other side." Well, we found the one property where my daughter is at right now, across the street. We found that one totally by accident. They were just putting it on the market, and the real estate agent we'd been using up here to look at things spotted it, called my wife, and told the people, "It's sold. I got it sold for you." And so we bought it practically sight unseen. 5 acres, 4-bedroom, 1-bath house. The city, it's not a town, it is an incorporated city that it is in, has 476 people. It's a 1/4 mile square city. And this is perfect because just about everybody here hunts. Just about everybody here has a garden. Just about everyone in town has water rights for the irrigation ditches and stuff. I mean, it's a prepper's heaven.
Does city status warrant any more of a budget for things in that city?
We're thinking. Well, we had to raise up the utilities, which it's unlimited water, it's garbage pickup, and they had to raise it up $5 because they made a mistake and didn't include the last increase on the garbage pickup from the company 3 years ago. So they had to raise it up $5, and they've been getting state grants and stuff. They just upgraded the sewer system for the city a couple of years ago, and they still have a little extra left over in the budget there. So financial wise, our city's looking pretty good. But
right.
But I've been trying to get the city council. Hey guys, there's a lot of free money out there from the federal government, from state governments that you can go after. And we got a weenie mayor who doesn't want to do it, but which is why I'm running for mayor. But that's another story. But yeah, for the general populace of the little city pros, there are a lot of people that hunt, grow food, basically have at least a year's supply of food put away, and so we're pretty good set here, and everybody's very, very, very friendly.
Good stuff. So, how you doing there, Second Star?
Good. How about you, brothers?
Looks like you got the weather with you.
Yeah, I'm actually out here in West Texas and everything, looking at a spot of land. Like, it's 60 acres in West Texas for about $3,000. And the only bad things is I might as well get on here and discuss with y'all about small areas and big areas.
Yeah.
Like,
big thing the thing that immediately springs to mind with a big city and a smaller town is crime. It's the crime factor. Obviously, you're going to, the numbers game dictates that a big city is going to have more crime. But
I mean,
equally,
yeah.
you're more as vulnerable without immediate help from neighbours and so on in an isolated place from crime as well. So people have got to balance that out. How did you, for instance, Second Star, consider that option? Have you done anything to mitigate that?
I mean, you can go online. You can always find, the activity reports within the area and stuff like that. But that's not a 100% accurate report. Like here in San Antonio, it's literally the military city, right? Out in West Texas, though, you're right beside the border. You're right beside the Chihuahuan Desert, where people are crossing the border every day, and you don't know, and the border patrol can't keep up with every single person that runs across the borders. There's a lot of things that cannot and will not be put to public knowledge. I passed by like 5 or 6 ranches out here that have all illegal, ranch hands working for them. They live on the property, they take care of the animals, they take care of the land and everything, but you don't know who those people are. They have no paper trail on them or anything.
Yeah.
But you have to worry about that anywhere anymore with coyotes. You have to that bring people across the border, bring people from other countries, stuff like that have no paper trail. That's just here with whatever they had on their back. You don't know what their history was in their.
Yep.
Oh,
we lost him.
Dang it! I was going to ask him whereabouts in West Texas. How far is he from me?
Yeah. Yeah. One of the things you're dealing with, big cities, small cities, towns, villages, whatever. What is the event that's happening? Now, last night we were talking about wildfires on my channel, and wildfires have a chance of taking out smaller towns and cities than they do the big city. Because the big city has so many fire trucks and stuff, they can immobilize everybody to the other side of the city and stop it. Whereas here, it's a volunteer fire department.
Yeah, and he probably just got the one department too.
Yeah, and so we got for our little city and the city across the other side of the railroad tracks are about the same size, and we have one fire station, one big truck, and one small truck, and that's it. The next thing, part of the volunteer fire system is 4 miles up the road in the city of Shelley, and they got 2 big trucks and 1 small truck up there.
The old town of Plattsmouth, Nebraska, the town I used to live in, they had one fire station building. The one side of the building was for the full-time firefighters, and the other side was for the volunteers. And of course, the volunteers, they were using the older equipment that for the bigger cities they would have like retired. And then the other side, like I said, they had the newer, latest and greatest engines and everything like that. They had a big old ladder truck and the newer pumper trucks and newer tankers, newer ambulances.
Sorry about that.
In my city, we have a lot of forest around my city. A lot of trees all around. And the whole city, well, the population are spread out, but totally over 50, I believe it's 55 or 58,000 people who lives where I live, but people are spread out. So,
Uh-oh, we lost them again.
If he's walking around a 60-acre parcel, he's probably just barely picking up cell service.
Yeah, probably.
So we had a forest fire a couple of years ago. We could smell the smoke
Oh,
from the
yeah.
fire, and it was a couple of miles far away from where I live. But
Yeah, this is sort of thing you've got to weigh up. You know, the balance is. You've got, you know, if you're moving into a more of a rural setting, then part of that move, you've got to be able to assess the threats in your area, and then you know, depending on the how likely those threats are going to be, you start taking mitigating factors to compensate, even if that means making an efficient route of exit, if you like.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I think most people, at least here in the U.S., most people know that if you're moving out to a rural area, there's some level of, what do you call it, self-sufficiency that is expected of you. You know, most people are, you know, most people, maybe with the exception of the ones that have grown up in large cities their entire life and have known nothing but the concrete jungle, nothing but the grid. But there's a lot of people that are aware, you know, like of the stereotype. Yeah, it takes like 20 minutes or it takes an hour or 2 hours for law enforcement to send out a patrol car out this way if anything happens.
Or even an ambulance.
Yep.
That taking 30 minutes to get to you.
Yeah, well, that's like if you're lucky, you know, it'll take 30 minutes for an ambulance to get there. I've heard stories where it takes upwards of an hour, 2 hours, or in extreme cases, like 8 hours for an ambulance to get somewhere. You know, like there's some like remote reaches out here in Western United States that people just don't have an appreciation for, like places out in Wyoming, places out in Montana. Like you are so far off the beaten path, like the nearest paved road could very well easily be at least a 50-mile drive from your house.
Yeah. I'll tell you something, right. At the moment, I'm at a relative's house, and we are 3 miles by road to a major hospital in one direction. It's got an ER room and all the facilities. The other direction, 5 miles to the next hospital, which hasn't got an ER. It's got something called an urgent treatment centre. On Wednesday, we called an ambulance out for a relative. First question they ask you, because our health service is so overwhelmed. First question they ask you when you pick up the phone, or they pick up the phone, is the patient still breathing? If you say yes, then your priority goes straight down the list. And you're looking at 4-hour wait if you're lucky. For us at that time, luckily, it took 20 minutes, only because there was nothing happening at the time, you know. And that, you know, we're only 3 hours away. 3 miles away from the nearest hospital. So, being next to a big city in Britain doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get all the facilities and all the the things that go with it.
Well, especially with your guys' population, you know, even though it's a smaller landmass, your population's a heck of a lot more concentrated out there.
When it comes to health service, we're just overwhelmed.
I was going to say, because like for an area like your guys' population is bigger than that of all of California combined, you know, as far as population density. So I can definitely see for you guys' case why it would take so long for emergency services to be available, just go 2 or 3 miles out of town.
Yeah. I mean, on the plus side, you can almost compare Britain to Japan in terms of there's a massive population density in a small area, but it's got good infrastructure links, good roads, travel all over the place. There's a good network of travel embedded into the country.
Public
that's the
public travel
real
infrastructure.
bonus, if you like. Yeah.
Yeah, like a lot of people, what's a shock to a lot of foreigners that come here to the United States, come here for holiday, for vacation, or whatever it is they're coming down here for. They don't understand. They don't have an appreciation, especially I'm mostly talking from people that are coming from the European countries. They don't have an appreciation how spread out everything is, whether it be from city to city or state to state. You know, like many of these states, they are the same size of most of those European countries, you know, just on their own.
Yeah,
And
I think
then-
it was Michigan is about the same size as England.
Yeah, I was told Alabama is too.
Yeah.
But like, I mean, you know, you get people that come down here with this crazy notion. I'm gonna come to America. You know, I got a week vacation, or I got 2 weeks vacation. I'm gonna come down to America. I'm gonna go visit New York City, and I'm gonna drive down to Miami, Florida, and then after that, I'm gonna go visit Las Vegas, and then I'm gonna go visit Los Angeles. And it's like, okay, do you understand that just in the driving alone, you're gonna be spending well over a week on the road?
Yeah.
Or more.
Yeah.
You get holidays, vacations advertised like that over here. I've known a couple of people to do them, and they literally spend the whole 2 weeks on the road, an hour or two, an overnight stop in each town, and away they go. And by the end of it, they need another holiday.
Yeah. Like I said, it is very spread out. I mean, it's pretty spread out in the East Coast, but like it's even more so once you get into the Mountain West states and down the Southwest and all that, because like the population centers, the cities are much smaller, and they are spread out a lot more, just because out here we have this thing called the rain shadow. It's cast by the Rocky Mountains, and it actually affects the weather that, you know, the incoming weather that comes off of the Pacific coast, and basically it blocks a lot of the rain from coming out this way. And the rain shadow actually is cast as far as like halfway across the state of Kansas and halfway across the state of Nebraska, Texas, and Oklahoma. So like there's actually a specific line. If you look, the best way to see it is like look at satellite images at night of the United States. You'll see a definite line where all the lights stop. That's where all the population centers, a lot of the major population centers stop, because we don't get the rain out here. We don't get the moisture to support such a large population base. So like I said, cities are a little bit more spread out, and they're a little bit smaller out here.
Yeah. And I got to say good evening to Bob there. Bob
Hey,
joined
Bob.
us.
Good to see you.
Bill,
Oh, hey, Bob.
Shadow, yeah, almost as handsome as me.
Oh,
Shadow.
there we go. Here comes the second star.
Bill, Steve, yours.
This world says it's like 100 plus degrees right now outside. And my phone is just like setting off. That's one of the bad things, you know, like living out in a very, very small area of nothing. Like, signal goes down, everything goes down out here.
Yeah.
Don't know how to be don't know how to live in solitude.
So you said you're out in West Texas too, huh?
Yeah, I'm out in West Texas right now. I'm out near Lobo.
Yeah, I just moved out to Lubbock, so I'm living in Lubbock right now.
There we go. There's the square mileage between the United States and United Kingdom.
Yeah.
Well, UK is about the size of Idaho. That's about it. It's small.
Yeah. So you got 94,000 square miles for the United Kingdom, 3.5 million square miles for the United States.
Yeah. I was gonna say, even the former state of Colorado they used to live in, that was that had almost 10,000 more square miles to it than all of the United Kingdom combined.
Yeah, I mean we're pretty much. There's not many places you could go to at all to escape anyone in Britain. I mean, I've been up the remotest part of Scotland, the remotest part of Wales, the remotest part of Britain, England. Sorry, walking along, thinking you're on your own. 5 minutes later, there's a crowd of people there. There's no escape. There's people everywhere.
Yeah.
But I mean, for some people, it's a good thing because you know, as you get older, you want the comforts around you. You want to be next to the amenities. You know, it'll be a good idea to be next to a library, a hospital. You want the police at hand and all this sort of stuff if they ever come out. And you know, you get a community of friends there. People might want a community within the church, and so on. You know, it's good to, as you get older, you want to socialize more to keep your sanity around you. You know, we've all that's good for you. But
well, let's say in that
bit of a balance,
situation
really.
too, you got the anonymity of being, you know, basically, I guess, among a sea of people, you know, lots of faces you don't put a name to or something like that, you know, so you can be a little bit more anonymous that way.
Yeah, well, yeah, you know, I mean, it's not for everyone, but it depends on your situation, I suppose. I mean, if you had elderly parents in their 80s, you'd start to get a bit concerned for their safety and well-being if they are out and completely isolated on their own, really.
Exactly.
Or if they're in a small town with no medical aid immediately at hand.
Yep.
Likewise, I mean, you don't even have to be elderly. The younger person, the younger family, or the younger community, who are they going to turn to in terms of protection and so on? It's a real balancing act, and depends on people's financial situation, location, and all this sort of stuff. I bet if you ask any prepper, the majority of preppers would want to be in a smaller town away from a big city. I bet that would be 90% of preppers would say that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, you know, like when you're out there, out in the country, there's a little bit less restrictions too, you know, here in the U.S. Even in places that people perceive to be the most communist and most controlling places like California, if you live out in like Eastern California where everything's really spread out and you're away from the major metropolitan areas,
yeah,
there's a hell of a lot less restrictions. Heck, you could set up your own gun range out there for one. You could actually establish agriculture, whereas if you're in the cities and everything like that, you know, some of these HOAs, they don't even want you to have like they don't even want you to have a garden on your property because they consider it unsightly. They don't, you know, you can't have chickens in some areas, like, and if you can have chickens, they don't allow you to have roosters just because the crowing, the noise that they make.
Yeah. I'll tell you a story. This week I spoke to this guy, and he said to me, he lives he's in the nearby village, so it's a small town, and he said he had a big pile of earth in his driveway that he'd accumulated because he was digging a new pond. So he put all this earth in his driveway. It was like 3 or 4 foot high, and the plan was it was going to get a skip and get someone to take it away. Anyway, 3 days later, he gets a knock on the door by the local council, quizzing him about this pile of earth, thinking that he is now an undeclared small business owner working for himself, and he's not paying taxes. I mean, that's part of one of the downsides, I suppose, of the inquisitiveness of being in a town where people can stick their noses into your business more, as opposed to being, like you say, in the rural setting.
I mean, like the obviously, the pros and cons of both situations. Obviously, you get the benefit. Like you said, you get the benefits of the general infrastructure when you're living in a big city, whereas the smaller towns, the rural settings, not as much, just because a lot of that it's still undeveloped.
Yeah, I think the bigger city you go to, the more unpredictable it can get. It's got a lot more potential to have flashpoints of violence, especially if you get more nearer to the administrative buildings or the shopping centres, which are the easy targets, and they take the full brunt of the force for any disgruntled social disorder. So you got the big unpredictability factor there, and adding on to that, you've got people constantly going around scoping out where to burgle, who to attack, the organised crime factor.
Who they're going to victimize.
One of the things I noticed with when I was doing my research for where I wanted to retire to, the larger the population of a city, town, whatever, the smaller or the larger the population, the smaller amount of law enforcement have. Basically, all right. So in my town, we have we don't have a sheriff, but we don't have a city marshal, but we have the sheriff has a one deputy assigned to us all the time. So one deputy for 500 people. Now you go to Idaho Falls, it's one police officer for 5,000 people.
Yep.
Yeah. And
you get to some place like New York City and Los Angeles, it gets even bigger. But when you got to realize that numbers they're counting are also all those law enforcement officers that are doing administrative work only. They're not out on the street. So
right.
It makes it even worse.
Yeah. Yeah, we've got a problem here where the police just won't go into certain areas now because not because it's such a crime-ridden place, but because the certain areas of Britain now are governed by example, Sharia law.
Yep.
Sharia law has taken over certain towns where the police don't even bother going in there anymore. They just let them police themselves.
That sounds like the no-go zones.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
What's weird is in Oakland, California, East 14th Street, well, they renamed to International Boulevard, but on East 14th Street, if you're white, you don't go east of East 14th Street. However, if you do go there, amazing thing happens though, is that they will leave you alone. They'll pick on their own, but they won't pick on the outsider white guy walking through because they think you're dumb idiot, you lost and you don't have anything on you to steal anyways. And that was according to some of the gang members. They go like, hey, if someone white wanders in here, we just kind of look at them like, what are you doing? And just let them leave.
Yeah. I was going to say, back to what you were saying, though, Gil, with the, police versus, the amount of law enforcement there is for basically population density. But correct me if I'm wrong. I remember reading somewhere, at least for the U.S., like, if for some reason something major was to break out, some sort of major civil unrest, basically from sea to shining sea was to break out here across the U.S., if we were to call in all of the inactive military reserve, if we were to call in National Guard and call in all law enforcement, everybody, all hands on deck, I think there was like less than 2% of all people would be there to try to control the 98%, the rest of everybody else.
Yeah. Then again, if you call in all the hunters and hillbillies and good old boys in, the number kind of quadruples or something like that. It's like, there are more hunters and stuff in the United States by far than there is in the military.
Yeah. And
So, I
like
mean,
I've heard, at least for smaller towns and everything, I've heard of stories where they go and deputize civilian bodies in emergency cases. They'll deputize a whole bunch of people to help augment the local law enforcement in the area.
Yeah, the last time that happened here in Washington State, I think it was 1853 or 1854. Well, they had to activate the the militia, or they were basically anybody over the age of 16 to 30 or something, because there was a war that went on between the settlers and the Indians. The Battle of Seattle, it didn't quite last a year, but yeah, they had to activate anybody who had a hunting rifle and was able to handle themselves, and they fell in line with law enforcement and with the Army. And guess what? You don't have a choice. You're going.
Yeah. Of course, if there's a shooting war going on, you probably want to go anyways. Yeah, to protect your home.
Yeah. Yeah, and what usually happens in a situation like that is older men stay behind to protect the families of the younger men who are off with their rifle and doing what they have to do.
Yeah.
There was a column of those guys. They gathered them up around Yakima, Washington, and a few other places, eastern Washington, and they were coming across the Cascade Mountains to reinforce Fort Steilacoom, and they got ambushed by some hostiles. A lot of them were from the Muckleshoot tribe, and there was a battle site up there in 1854, I think it was. So that was the last time they had to activate the what do you call them, the Minutemen or whatever. And they got the settlers and the Army got pinned down for about a week, and it turned into a shooting war. So I hope nothing like that ever happens, man. I hope nothing like that happens again.
Yeah, the
I
other
was
thing
just thinking something bad, would happen, something similar to that of George Floyd, or something similar to that of Rodney King riots in 1992. I'm thinking something like that might potentially kick off, or it could cause major civil unrest, basically nationwide.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we came close to that. We came close to in Seattle. We came close to that because the president, I think it was Donald, during the George Floyd stuff, he flew a battalion of paratroopers out to Fort Lewis, Washington to stand by. That's active duty. That they can only be activated into the streets unless from the word of the president. But the closest they came to martial law was in Seattle. They declared curfew, and that's what ended it. They had a line of police officers, and they had guardsmen with their batons, and they declared curfew. And that's when the activists went, they're serious.
Yeah. Well, I know, like the individual governors of the states, they can activate their own guards and station them as needs be, them in the different affected areas of the states.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what ended it right there. Was when the governor brought in the guard, and then shortly after that he declared curfew, and that's that far away from martial law.
Yeah,
martial law, it's not fun. It's not fun.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but like I said, they had to do the same thing back in 1992 in California during the Rodney King riots. They had to station the guard in the major cities and establish curfew, especially in places. I think most of that all kicked off in Los Angeles area, if I'm not correct. I mean, like I said, I was only 1 year old when that happened. So, like I said, my knowledge might not be all there. You know, other people that were alive during that time, they might be able to educate me a little bit further.
Mm-hmm. I know a guy, he was a Marine Raider. I worked with him at Boeing, and he was posted on top of an ambulance going down the street during the Rodney King stuff. That just got out of control, man. And his job was, if anybody points a weapon at that ambulance or at him, shoot him. And he was active duty, so that kind of skirted around, you know, a little bit. But
You have to hand it to them Koreans, though. You know, they watched over their stores. They weren't playing no games. They were up there on the rooftops, armed with Uzi submachine guns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember seeing a film where some gangsters were driving by those Koreans, and all of those Koreans have been in the army. All of them. It's a requirement to join the Korean military, and these are older men, and these gangsters were rolling by, popping off with their Uzis or whatever, and this Korean guy standing his ground right there, pow, 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 pow. He didn't flinch, not a bit. You know how long their boot camp lasts in South Korea?
How long?
6 months, brother.
Wow.
6 months. Yeah. So you shoot at that guy, it's okay. It's not his first time.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think even here in the U.S., you know, I think Marine Corps boot camp, 12 weeks, 12 and a half weeks, I think.
Yeah.
So,
these guys in the Filipinos, 6 months, dude. 6 months.
Yeah. And, you know, it's kind of hard to have the appreciation that other countries, they don't get the volunteer force like the United States does, at least not you know. So they have to resort to that whole military conscription for all males that basically ages 18 on up. Yeah. They have to serve at least, you know, like most cases, you know, you're doing at least a minimum of 1 year of service.
Yeah.
Does that sound about right to you, Shadow?
Yeah.
Like, I know that's the case in like Switzerland, you know, like I think they have to do at least 1 year of military service. They get conscripted once they reach the age of 18.
I think Israel does the same thing.
Yeah, a couple of quite a few Middle Eastern countries adopt that sort of program.
I'm not going to be surprised if any more United States doesn't do the same thing here pretty soon, because the recruiting numbers have dropped severely within the last couple of years. A lot of it's politics, but like they cannot get the bodies recruited to join the military, you know, just to even maintain the number of service members that we currently have in right now.
Yeah, well, I think
that's what I understand too.
I'm not really in favor of conscription. I mean,
I'm not either, but I'm just saying it's probably going to happen over here, like just because the recruiting offices, they can't get the bodies to fill, you know, they can't get the right number of people to fill in the existing, you know, just to replace what we already have. You know, and we're already shorthanded as far as our military is concerned. We're already stretched pretty thin.
Same here. I mean, we historically, well, in modern times, an army was defined as a fighting force, land army, a fighting force of over 100,000. With dips in UK, British Army has gone below that now, so we're effectively classed as a defensive force. But they shifted the goalposts. What we're doing now is we're relying a lot more on reservists to bolster up the numbers for deployments. But the focus is sort of shifted away from sizable armies, and as far as the West goes, if you like, we all come under the NATO umbrella. So we're all effectively one NATO army that can contribute and do mission-specific special to role tasks. So I don't know. There's a lot of mechanics in there and a lot of moving parts. Someone somewhere knows what the long-term plan is, but you've also got technology on your side, which has got the ability.
Yeah. Technology connect as a force multiplier.
Yeah, I mean, in the Air Force now, you got the wingman
exactly.
programs coming out and all this sort of stuff. So you got autonomous vehicles flying alongside manned aircraft.
I mean, if you look from the standpoint of just small arms firearms, historically prior to prior to the end of World War II, a lot of the focus was on trying to get as many men armed as possible. So that's why like a lot of bolt action or semi-automatic weapons were issued as infantry weapons. Like the whole idea is like you got a whole bunch of guys that can stand up on a line and fire as many shots at the enemy, and then later on they started focusing on smaller weapons that had full auto select fire capability. So now you got one guy that's armed that basically has the same force multiplier as 30 guys armed with rifles. You got the one guy that's got the M16 with a 30-round magazine. It's got the capability of spitting off 500-600 rounds a minute.
Yeah, like you say, technology's brought those numbers down. I mean,
and
so
like that's just at a basic individual infantry level. That's not even like real extreme technology,
Yeah, across the board. If you compare British Army, for instance, the amount of divisions we had in World War II compared to now, we can just about sustain 2 now in the British. So back in World War II, you were looking at least six divisions. Beyond that, I don't know the exact number, but yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack the stream. We were way off topic.
Well, no, I mean, because you're talking about military assistance to the civil population or military assistance to the civil community.
Yeah. I was just talking about if police and military collectively had to all go on duty, active duty right now, to control a population that got out of control. Like I said, I think there's like less than 2% of a body of people that are basically controlling the rest of the 98% of them. So in other words, like we're stretched really, really thin, even if we were to use military and guardsmen and reservists to augment the local law enforcement.
You're going to see a big difference between the way the law. You can see a big difference in acting in the way the law is enforced between the cities and the country.
Yeah.
Country, it's going to be everybody get your weapons, keep your weapons on you all the time. In the cities, turn all your weapons in. We need to protect
you. Yeah, I was just going to say something like that, Gil. You would see in my area where I'm living right now that we would park cars across the roads and post guards. I know they will. I'm a vet, so is my neighbor, and we're kind of an upper middle class place here, and that every one of our houses around us has got at least one weapon in it, and there's not one man or wife in this area is going to let somebody come in and burn their house down. That's just not going to happen. I think it would turn into something like that where we guard our own.
Yeah, I was going to say that's pretty much in a rural setting they do the same thing, except for the difference is instead of a neighborhood or subdivision that you're protecting, in that case it'd be for like a small city, a small town, incorporated town like where Gil lives. You basically got one way in, one way out, or maybe two ways in, It don't take much to park a couple of cars, a couple of trucks there, across the surface of the road, and then have a couple guys there armed with a rifle or shotgun, preventing the flow of traffic or slowing it down enough to where you have to go through a checkpoint and they have to verify what you're doing in that town.
Yeah. That did happen during the George Floyd riots in this area here. I saw a lot of privately owned videos of subdivisions where they would park cars across the way and they'd have someone sitting in a chair there and just verifying who's coming and going. That was the neighborhood people who did that themselves.
Neighborhood watch.
But that took a few days for all that to start kicking in. When everybody's finally got together in those neighborhoods and go, hey, city next to us has been looted.
And you know what's funny? It doesn't surprise me any at all, because I would expect there to be a little bit of hesitation for people to do that. One, it's a shock to the system. It's like, oh, this don't happen every day. But two, who's going to be the brave soul to be the first guy out there to be armed and potentially get picked up by the police for carrying a weapon? Got some bullshit city ordinance out there.
I'll be right back.
Saying you can't have an open display of a weapon, a firearm. So things in that case, especially for cities like that, you would need some level of deterioration before people go out there and get the balls to go out there and do that. And then for the law enforcement to realize, these people are watching themselves. They're not doing anything illegal per se.
Well, here's what I saw during the George Floyd stuff on video and in my own area where I used to live. There was example where I used to live was me and one other guy had our garage doors open and we're sitting in our garage doors.
Yeah.
And he was a veteran also. He had a Purple Heart on his license plate.
Yeah.
Neither one of us were displaying a weapon, but that we had it close at hand.
Yeah.
And I saw quite a few privately owned videos of the entire community, the entire region here. People were parking their cars across their, say, the development and driveway, and I didn't see any weapons.
Yeah.
But as well as I do, behind them, they usually put women out there to talk to people who are driving up.
Yeah.
And I saw another neighborhood where it was
kind of soft, less threatening face.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I saw one video that someone sent to me. It was some BLM guys driving around, banging their Glocks together in a car, and they followed a car into a subdivision where a gated subdivision.
Yeah.
And all the women of the houses were standing out on the sidewalk in front of their houses. Now damn good and well that their older sons and their husbands were behind them somewhere.
Yeah.
And then the most intense situation I saw was a very small town in the Cascade Mountains where the word came that they were going to, kill the sheriff and the post office and all that, who was all one guy really. And the entire town lined Main Street. There must have been 200
I heard about that.
Husbands and wives. Yeah, right shoulder arms. Everybody was in the protecting their sheriff and their small town. Antifa
now, something tells me that even in your area where you live, I was going to say something tells me in your area where you live, where you're describing where you guys were out there in your garages, something tells me that even if you did have a weapon present, that you wouldn't be arrested because you're inside your garage. Okay, I've got my garage door open, but I'm inside my garage.
Yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is the sort of thing we saw.
Steve, the law enforcement was already tied up. They were literally putting out fires. They didn't have time to mess around with somebody in a suburb.
Yeah.
They weren't even looking in here.
Sorry, you were saying PV?
Yeah, this is the sort of thing we saw in the South African riots a couple of years ago. There were people banded together almost immediately because they knew there was a build-up and things were going to kick off. And they were stood there blocking roads off and protecting their own sort of farms and areas with weapons. And yeah, that was pretty effective. I should imagine, though, that in certain cities, against cities, that the gangs will want to protect their own turf and such as well.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
I
would say the only benefit that came out of the 2020 riots, the only benefit is you saw all of us in the small towns and the suburbs all banded together, and now we have experience with this stuff. The rest of the country doesn't have much experience. We do. We know how to get organized because we've done it before. So it's.
Hey, Bob, have you ever read the 299 Day series? It's a book series, it's not really apocalyptic. It's a soft civil war, Second Coming Civil War that takes place in the United States and mainly focuses around Olympia and Seattle. You ever heard of that book series?
I haven't read that, no.
Oh, it's a good book series, but they pretty much discuss the same things that you were discussing as far as law enforcement being tied up and a lot of these suburbs and a lot of these outlying towns that are border cities. They're smacked up against Seattle and up against Olympia, and you got a lot of basically neighborhood watches that do their own patrols and they do their own roadblocks. They network with themselves. It's a great book series. If nobody's ever read it before, it's pretty good. I don't think it's BS. In fact, I don't think it's too far off base. In fact, some of the stuff that they described in that book series, and mind you, this book series was written almost a decade prior to the George Floyd riots, but a lot of it predicted, and what we see on the streets, obviously the groups have got different names, they instead of calling them Antifa or calling them Black Lives Matter, they call them the Red Brigade, but same groups of people that are causing the same kind of trouble, and some of it's government sponsored, some of it's government sanctioned, and then some of it's just on its own.
Yeah. One of the things I was just thinking about here is
because that's exactly what happened.
And one of the things I was thinking about here is we're talking about the difference between big and small city, time of year that the event happens, and the severity of the event. If just pick something simple, the grid goes down, and it's going to be down for 6 months. If it happens in say late October, November, big cities are screwed royally. Country folk generally have and smaller cities, people there that they have a chance to better chance to survive because they have more food per capita. Now, if it happens in the spring, I still say the smaller towns and countries will survive better.
Yeah,
because they can plant. They have more time to plant more food, and people have gardens. They can expand their gardens. It may be a flower garden now, but it's going to be a vegetable garden then.
Yeah. I'm gonna springboard off what you just said too, and what you just kind of brought up a thought for me. So whenever I think of grid down, especially if it's going to be getting closer to the autumn months or the winter months, the first thing that comes to my mind, grid goes down for any significant reason, for any significant amount of time. It could even be for a week. You're going to have a lot of people that are going to die of exposure because they don't have a backup heat source or backup source, an alternate means of heating their houses. Right. They don't have. Hell, a lot of people, they don't even dress appropriately for the winter time anyway. You see people going out in flip-flops, shorts, and T-shirts because they're too lazy to throw on extra layers of clothes, and they get in their car, and they're driving around on less than a quarter tank of fuel in their gas tanks, and it's like, you don't know, you don't know what the heck you're in for if your car runs out of gas, or if you get stuck in a traffic jam, or if, you know, the roads become impassable because the snow just suddenly just starts dumping out of the sky because you didn't pay attention to today's forecast, and you're not even appropriately dressed for the weather, and you're got a car that's got less than a quarter tank of fuel.
Yeah.
You know,
Yep.
but
The only thing I can say about you know, grid going down or any major sort of deprivation of service is the priority when something does come available would be the cities as opposed to the rural areas. See what I mean? So, you know, so government's got a habit of when anything happens, retracting to their own core to sustain, maintain control. So I can imagine if, you know, the people in the rural areas, yes, they can self-sustain for a certain amount of time and they can keep themselves warm in a cold environment, but they'll probably be the last to get services back online.
I want to respond to that last comment that just popped up on the screen there from JHT.
Put that comment back up. I didn't get to see it.
Yeah. Not necessarily true. Because one of the things I've learned up here in Idaho, there are a lot of hydroelectric power stations on the Snake River. Actually, the small towns closest to those power electric plants will get power first, because the way things, the substations and everything, trip breakers and stuff go, they start shutting off to protect stuff. So when they start coming back up, the closest you are to one of those power plants, as you go out, they're going to start getting power first. They're not going to try to send it straight to the big city because the lines, they don't know where the lines are. They're going to be turning stuff on and testing as they bring stuff back up, especially if it's been down for a month.
Yeah, you got to clear the lines too, because you'll have tree debris fall on the lines when they're not energized, because you got this thing. At least here in the U.S., I don't know how the rest of the world does it. I don't imagine it being any different. But in the U.S., we got these things called circuit reclosers that automatically close the circuit. And they'll open up the circuit and they'll close it, and then automatically open it back up and close it up and close it up. The whole idea is that the electricity is causing whatever it is that's falling on top of the lines, on top of the phases, that might potentially create a short. And yes, a tree branch can very well create a short, especially when we're talking about voltages of, say 4.8 kilovolts on the low side to 238 kilovolts on the high side. That will short out. So the whole idea is, like,
the branch is wet,
it'll actually burn it off. It'll clear the line for one, and then so like I said, they got to clear the lines, and then of course you got all these different power plants generating electricity at different frequencies. They got to get all the power plants back online. They got to get them all synchronized, because if you got two power plants feeding into the same grid at different frequencies, they could potentially burn one another's generators out. That doesn't matter if it's hydroelectric, if it's a coal-fired plant or not. It'll burn the two generators out if they're not operating at the same frequency.
Yeah.
But I was thinking, let's just say interruption of regular supplies and goods and services. That comment is not wrong, though, in regards to they're going to focus on the major population centers first. The rural people will be left to be on their own. Sorry, too bad. You don't live within city limits.
Yeah,
you're not our problem. You're not our priority.
I know that from like California and stuff. Yeah, they'll try. Especially when they have some of the gas-fired steam turbine power plants in the cities. Yeah, those will come. They'll work on getting those up, because the greatest good for the for the greatest number.
Yeah.
But once you get out away from the metropolitan centers, and you're getting out to these other power plants and stuff, and they got to send that power a long ways. It's going to flip flop who's going to get power first, just because they need to get the system up first, and those closest are going to get power first as they test the system.
Yeah. And of course, as they start closing all these different circuits to tie into the grid. Like I said, it's going to put more demand on the power plants that are currently online. And some of these power plants, they actually need power from a neighboring power plant to bring them back online. You need a generators to basically start up another generator, like the gas turbines. You need some sort of external power to get those fired up.
Yeah.
Same with nuclear power plants too. Those need some sort of external power. So usually, in most cases, like they've got two different kinds of power plants. They got the ones basically what do they call it? Like basically like something that can start up on its own from a complete blackout, and then you got the ones that can start up basically on a brownout or basically from power from a nearby power plant or power source. You know, in some cases, extreme cases, they'd have to wheel in giant diesel powered generators just to get these power plants back online. That's even for the nuclear power plants as well. But like I said, you need some sort of external power. And like I said, I know that about the nuclear power plants because I was on a nuclear submarine. That's why we had a backup diesel generator on the submarine. If we had to do what they call a reactor scram on the submarine in the middle of the sea, high seas, we had to use that diesel generator to basically restart the reactor again, so we could start generating electricity at full capacity.
Yeah, we need to. Yeah, I agree. You need power to start the power up. Here we've got. We're seeing it more increasingly springing up in various locations. Dotted around the UK now is a series of battery banks.
Yep.
These are really big sheds. You're talking 100 meters long by 50 meters, quite dotted around, quite hidden in plain sight, really, to bolster the grid.
Yep.
Up, to help balance the grid out and restart it, and so on in strategic places.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got places like that, and I believe in Alaska, like Anchorage, they've got like giant battery banks, like what you're talking about.
Right.
And they are massive. These battery cells are huge. They're basically forklift batteries, is what they are.
Yeah.
But they're wired up in like basically parallel series, and there's enough amp hours on those batteries that they can provide the cities, the small towns and cities with, I guess, 8 minutes of emergency power. That's enough power, I guess, for them to get everything back online. You know, give it the jump start, the juice, if you will, to get everything rolling again.
Yeah. We went up to when we were talking about a grid down. We're not talking about just it's down for a week. We're talking about we're down in this area. We're talking about the grid is down.
Yep.
Something's happened, and the entire system, whether it was nature planned by our government, planned by terrorists, everything went boom. All right, we got to start over again, guys. We need to get stuff fired back up. And so it's going to the smaller areas, any place that has hydro will get power first, and then the solar stuff will be getting power first. But trying to get the substations, the transfer stations back online is going to take a while because you need to get the manpower out there, and they need to be able to communicate from stations. All right, we're bringing this one up slowly. We're bringing that one up, and you can't just flip a switch and everything turns on.
Yeah. And like I said, it goes back to what I was saying. They have to clear the lines, and then they have to get all these power generating stations operating at the same frequency. You can't have they all have to be synchronized. You can't have asynchronous friggin' power stations because, like I said, you'll end up burning up the generators from neighboring power stations. Like the sinusoidal wave has got to be the same all the way across.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was trying to look here. I think it's a couple miles downstream from us here, down towards Blackfoot, is a hydroelectric plant that feeds us. And the one north of us feeds Idaho Falls. The one north of Idaho Falls also feeds Idaho Falls. So And so that's what they are. But as far as I know, thinking about it, there's not in Idaho, it's either solar, wind, or hydroelectric. I don't know of any gas or coal-fired or nuclear power plants here in Idaho. I need to look into that more. But
Yeah. I'm not sure how the coal fire plants work, but I know like gas turbine and gas turbine and the nuclear power plants. Many of those they need some sort of external power source to.
yeah, coal does too, because they need to power the blowers and the feed chutes and everything else to fire it back up and get it going again, and to do all that, the essential getting it to produce.
Yeah.
Once it's producing, they can turn their local generators off and just go off the small generators. I'll go off the big ones.
And like I said, I think the numbers are, I think it was like maybe 1 in 10 out of every power plant. So maybe 1 in 10 are capable of basically restarting themselves back up again.
Yeah.
Whereas the rest of the 9, the rest of the 9 of the 10, they have to rely on those key power plants to get themselves back online, so they can use their energy to turn themselves back on too. And
correct me if I'm mistaken on it. The first one up basically sets the standard for the frequencies. The hertz and everything getting set to them, because they'll start feeding out the others, and the other ones will have to match what's coming in. And so it starts going out. They gotta, as they go and start turning the other ones on, that first one itself starting is the one that sets the pattern.
That to me doesn't sound too far off from the truth, because like I said, I know they have to be synchronized. That much I do know.
Yeah.
Like I said, like what you're talking about, the frequency, the hertz, and everything like that, the 60 hertz cycles, they have to match. They have to. The high side and the low side of the sinusoidal wave, they have to be the same. Otherwise, the generators from the neighboring power plants will start burning each other up.
Yeah, they get feedback.
Yeah. So like I said, I don't know if there's like an established, you have to operate at this frequency, or if it's like first come, first serve, whoever gets their power plant back online first, that's the frequency we're going to be all operating on. We're all going to get, synchronized to that exact frequency. Yeah. But
and for those that don't understand electricity, so basically your cycle's going up and down. And so this one here is going up and down, and this one's going just, you're going to have a problem. Even though they're both doing 60 cycles, are the cycles peaking at the same time?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to say. Yep. The sinusoidal wave, or the sine wave, some people know it as.
Yeah.
And the other issue too with the different waves you could run across is, like, on the receiving side, on the customer side, if the frequencies aren't matching up, you could potentially have circuits at your own home get burned up too.
Yeah. I just noticed the time here. I got to get back out there, and I got to get to work on the property here.
Hey, it's good chatting with you, Gil. I'm sorry I hadn't been on any of your streams as of lately. I'm working on a different schedule.
Hey, I'm just getting my streams back going. I took like almost 2 months off there because I was making so many trips to California, moving stuff up here, and then once I got back up here, it's like I was playing catch up against all the weeds, all the maintenance around here.
Yeah, I've been working nights, and I know what you mean by weeds. This house I'm living in right now, the real estate office, they never took care of the landscaping, so I'm actually having to do that myself. I'm a little pissed about it, but whatever. I guess it gives me something to do.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Take care. Stay safe. Stay prepared. Plant a garden.
Later, Bill.
And do like Bob's doing. He's doing all sorts of cool stuff for his garden. All right. See y'all later.
See ya.
Okay, stay. God bless you.
Later. Yeah, I'll bounce off what Huga said a while ago in the side chat about how drugs are going to be everywhere soon. I'd say with the George Floyd riots and this area band together, just like we've got experience with that, and drugs. This area is very experienced with the drug addicts and the problems that they cause. So I'd say that's two advantages that we have in comparison to some other parts of the country. We're already used to being on our toes and having eyes in the back of our head for these guys. So
yeah, I
this
still
is not
remember
a
that
bad
video. I
place
still
to
remember
be
watching
in the
your old
suburbs
video of
or-
you being out in your garage and that guy walking around with the 5-gallon bucket, casing the other places around you.
Yep. No exaggeration here, Steve. All the stuff I post up and I talk about is all real.
Oh, I got to ask.
Well,
hey, did you
we're
hear
pretty
about
used to-
that explosion at that homeless encampment off of I-5 over there in Seattle? There, Bob.
I did. Yes. Yeah. Well, okay. They did say on the local news that it was an explosion. It wasn't just a fire.
Yeah, that's what I was
Now, here's
saying. Yeah,
something that
explosion.
they're
It
not
was an IED.
right. It is. Here's something that I shared out to Fishes, I think it was, that a local news story that they found a burned out car with a pipe bomb next to it in that area of Tacoma, not Seattle, but Tacoma.
Huh.
And the other day, my wife was working in a clinic. No, she was in a hospital in Tacoma, Washington. And there was a small coffee stand. No, it was a Wendy's fast food place. And they found a pipe bomb outside of that Wendy's. It never made the news, but there's a bomb maker in the general Tacoma, Seattle area. And they're gearing up for something. I don't know what, but you can guess. So that was a bomb that went off in that homeless camp, and that's probably one of the bomb makers screwed up somewhere. That's going on around here, dude.
Yeah.
Did anyone get wounded, turned up dead?
Didn't hear about that. I did hear a story about there was a tent. I don't know if it was the same location or not, but there was a large tent in a homeless shelter area, and a bomb did go off, and it injured a few people, but no one died.
Yeah, I think that was that I-5
There's a bomb
explosion.
maker in this area somewhere.
I think that was the I-5
Was it the
homeless
same place?
encampment, because there's like 20 people in a we'll call it a fentanyl den for lack of better terms. They were in there, and I allegedly, like I said, I don't know what all the facts are, but allegedly that was supposed to be in retaliation to, I guess, some alleged theft of, like, I guess, $80,000 worth of fentanyl that disappeared, and the gang members were basically trying to get retribution for all that.
Yeah, that rings bells. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, a bunch of people.
Right. It was the same location.
There was 20 people inside that tent, and last minute they got warned there's an explosive in here, and they all got out of there just in time. And that's what caused the subsequent fire too.
Yeah, maybe that's the cartel. Isn't that reassuring?
So you think that was cartel, huh?
Maybe. If they threw a bomb in with people who owe them money, that was probably one of the cartels. Could be.
Yeah.
It makes sense anyway. But the other two pipe bombs, one next to the burned out car in central Tacoma, and then another one in South Tacoma outside the Wendy's. I would have never even known about the bomb outside the Wendy's unless my wife was working at a hospital nearby there. But I don't know where those are coming from. I don't know.
When was this, Bob?
We've got so many.
This happened like a week ago, 2 weeks ago.
Right.
Yeah. The pipe bomb next to the burned out car in central Tacoma, that was last summer, I think it was. And the pipe bomb next to the Wendy's was 2 or 3 months ago.
Yeah.
You know,
The
which
one
is
that
pretty
went off
pretty
over there
creepy
at the
because
homeless
the wife was
encampment.
working.
Yeah, the one that went off in the homeless encampment over there off of I-5 next to the hospital. That was like a week and a half ago.
What was the reason for this?
The retaliation.
Yeah.
Retaliation for like I said, alleged $80,000 worth of fentanyl got stolen.
Wow.
That's what
Yeah.
I know. Like the news, not even Fox News is really talking about it. They're not giving any like clear facts on what actually happened.
So, well, is this sort of drug payback sort of stuff?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. It's got to be retribution for a bunch of drugs getting stolen. Like over there in Seattle, Washington,
Or at least
like Seattle, Washington proper, they got a lot of homeless issues, and almost all of it's tied to fentanyl or methamphetamine.
Mm-hmm.
So something else to consider before you.
That's why I don't go into downtown Seattle.
Yeah, something else to consider before you go out.
I guess the Seattle mayor, they're getting tired of it, and they're already trying to make moves to try to clean that up. I don't know how much of that I'm going to, believe or buy, assume it's genuine, but that's the word on the street that I've heard, about what's going on in Seattle. They're trying not to go down the same road that Portland, Oregon went.
Good to see you.
Mm-hmm. Do you know what they did a couple of years ago, guys? Is I had videos to back it up, and I made a video about that and put tags below. But a couple of years ago, Seattle says we've solved the homeless problem, and they showed these city crews cleaning up all the parks and pressure washing the sidewalks and all that. The problem is solved. But you know what those sons of bitches in Seattle did? They put them all on commuter trains and buses, and they sent them out here to the suburbs. Dude, that was 2 years ago during the summer. No, April, May. I tell you what, in one day, I had never seen that many homeless show up in my area at one day. Yeah. We were swarmed with them, man. And you want to talk about on my toes. I was already alert, and they were swarming. But the drug dealers showed up first, and they got rooms in all the small motels around here. And every one of them junkies had their own cell phones, and they'd call out and where they're setting up business. Jesus Christ, man! But Seattle solved the homeless problem. Oh crap!
Is this the April migration? Is this the April migration?
Yeah. Yeah, that was a couple of years ago. Yep.
Yeah, one of my news sources anymore for what's going on in Seattle, Portland, Los Angeles, and San Francisco Bay Area. I like to watch this guy. It's called News for Reasonable People. Like I've really grown to like the guy, but that's how I found out about the explosion over there in I-5 over there in Seattle.
These days, I try and avoid any city nowadays, and I'm reluctant to go into any town, really, any big town.
Yeah.
I don't blame you, PV. I don't blame you a bit.
I'm gonna say this much: no two cities are alike. There's some that got vastly different political climate from one another. Like I'll never live in Colorado Springs.
I was speaking to one of my. I was speaking to one of my neighbors just yesterday, and he had a security system on his house like you would not believe. So I was speaking with him for a little bit, and I said, man, I admire your security system. He's got every corner covered. And he goes, oh, yeah, I really don't need it because this is a very safe area. We've had nothing happen here. And I said, dude, don't let your guard down.
Yeah.
You know, I guess they've only been living there for a few years. I said, don't let your guard down, dude. I told him I saw on my camera 3 different junkies scanning this area. So don't let your guard down. Keep checking your films, you know, your DVR.
Your footage.
Stay on your toes.
Yeah.
Oh, but they don't come around here. I said, yes, they do. I've seen them.
Yeah.
I'm here during the day when you're at work, dude. I see them. You know?
Tell you what's good thing. Last year, October it was, we visited the parents, in-laws and stuff, and they didn't have any sort of cameras. They were the trusting sorts. Said nothing will happen here and all this sort of stuff. I put my camera out, my mobile camera, which I normally have on my van. So stuck that in the corner, high up somewhere. Next morning, I thought I'll just have a look at the footage. And there's some bloke, I did a video on it, some bloke up over the fence, trying the door handles, trying the front door handle, the vehicle handles, disappeared around the side.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah,
he
watch
couldn't
that
get
video.
access.
Remember that one.
So he couldn't get access, so he just wandered off. Anyway, Mrs. got on Facebook, and this is the power of Facebook, good or bad. It wasn't until we looked on Facebook that 3 or 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 other houses in the village had caught him on their Ring doorbell cameras, and there was this whole network then of footage from different angles of the same guy. He'd gone up the road trying all the car door handles. He'd actually broken off the front door handle of a house 3 or 4 houses away. Couldn't gain access after that. And eventually, he found an open door, got in, and the woman was asleep on the sofa with a kid. Left the front door open. She woke up as he was in the living room. He scarpered basically. But anyway, the point is, many houses around here were in that sort of mindset where they were trusting, and because nothing had happened for a while, they didn't think anything was going to happen. And many of them didn't have security cameras until they looked on Facebook, and it was a big kick up the arse for them to say, "Oh, bloody hell, something's happening here." Next thing you know, the whole road, the same security companies up and down the road installing security cameras in everyone's houses. So, and the thing is about it was the guy lived in the same village. Everyone knew his face. 3 or 4 days after that, this guy's walking with a black and blue face. Police didn't do anything. The story goes, I'm not going to confirm or deny it, that one of the local farmers, this guy who's trying to gain access to houses, he tried to gain access to this farmer's dad who has dementia. Anyway, word got around who it was, and they were trying to give him a good kicking. And so, but the police didn't do anything. Couldn't do anything.
Good.
So he got his just desserts in a way, I suppose. Yeah. But yeah, like you say, normalcy bias.
Yeah.
You just can't take it for granted. If we didn't see that guy on my camera, we wouldn't have been none the wiser. We wouldn't have even checked Facebook or anything like that. So. Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be safe, to be fair, just normalcy bias can happen to any of us, even us.
Yeah.
Like get complacent, get comfortable, you get complacent, you get to rhythm or whatever, and then it's just like, today it's the same as yesterday, and it'll be the same as the day after that, and blah blah blah. This
is why you've got to adopt an active regime of checking things, checking news feeds, scoping things out, talking to the neighbours, building up a picture of what we used to call it in the army. We were recce in places. The pattern of life in the area.
Yeah.
You know what's normal. If anything's out of the ordinary, it probably is, all that sort of stuff. But talking over the garden fence to neighbours is a good good one. Just little things could be indicators of previous activity. Something might be out of place. Someone's moved something and got disturbed and run off, and all sorts of things like that. You know.
I think that's. I'm going to bounce right off of that, veteran. I think that's one thing that us military veterans have an advantage over the population is that once we get into a regiment, a disciplined routine, we stick with it. We're better at it than the people who have no experience in military or going abroad and things like that.
Yeah.
I think we are better at it. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, we also one key thing is we see the failings of trying to adopt a security regime, and because we've seen, I mean, the classic one is you're in a defending location and you do a stag rotation. 3 a.m, you wake up, do your 2-hour stint on watch, wake up the next guy, so on and so on and so on. And then it comes to the next morning, you think, hang on a minute, who's on guard? There's no one there. And someone's fallen asleep and forgot to wake the next guy up. And because of those failings in the military, you
oh, good Lord.
You can see the failings that will happen, if not even worse, with Joe Bloggs down the road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, another one which was drilled into people, especially from sort of the Afghanistan, Iraq era, was your personal space and beyond 5 and 25 meter personal security checks to make sure there's no, IEDs in your vicinity. It's going to take you out. So the moment you stopped, you do an immediate all-round check and so on. And I'll still do that now. Not necessarily looking for IEDs, but threats in general, from people to animals to, nails in the floor that you're going to step on and stuff. So yeah, you've got to. I mean, this day and age, especially, you've got to keep a lookout in every angle going. So if you get injured over here in Britain,
for sure,
you're just going to not get seen to for 7 hours in the ER. And likewise, I mean, most of the veterans I know.
I think.
Go on.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Nothing.
I was going to say, most of the veterans I know can be some of the nastiest bastards you could ever encounter. I mean, you wouldn't even know it to look at them. Old Joe Bloggs down the street. If he thinks he's going to come and start something, he's not going to be walking out. He's not going to be walking out of some houses.
I was going to springboard to off of what you said earlier. Like a lot of civilians that have never served in the military, they don't have an appreciation, basically, the going ons. The failures of certain aspects of life, or the certain how precarious life could be. Like you're talking about the watch rotations. A lot of people don't understand. The police that are out there on the streets, doing their beat, that's no different than, having your guy out there at the controlled entry point, man, in his post. No different than the guy out there being a topside sentry.
Maximum respect to the police, because the average criminal doesn't wear a uniform, and they can just spring out of nowhere, and it's escalation's quick. We've got minimal backup at hand.
Yeah,
they do a very
something that would take like minutes, in real depth to describe. And then when you realize that everything that had just transpired as far as the events go in its full description happened within a matter of seconds, just like matter of like 10 or 30 seconds. Like, holy crap, I just got the absolute crap beat out of me. I just been mugged. Everything had been stolen from me, and I'm waking up in an ER right now. Like I was unconscious, that kind of stuff. And I was bleeding out internally.
Yeah, that's normally drink induced in the place called Aldershot. It's a regularity for a Friday night.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about somebody just going out for drinks on the town with their
I know what you mean.
buddies. I'm just talking about average guy walking down the street, or average gal walking down the street, whatever, doing their shopping or whatever it is that they're doing. No awareness of their surroundings.
Yeah.
No spatial awareness,
Yep.
nothing. And, just like they're just kind of zoned in. They got their cell phone or whatever it is they're doing. And next thing they know, they've been beat half to death. In some cases, they might have even been raped. Beat half to death, mugged, had everything stolen from them, and they wake up. The lucky ones wake up in the ER, or wake up in the back of an ambulance.
Yeah.
And,
like the events that could be described, from the security cam footage of what just happened, literally take 5-10 minutes to describe, what all transpired. But the actual events themselves, as they unfolded, only took a matter of, 10 seconds, 30 seconds for it to happen.
Yeah.
Well, the reason for that is, as you said, yours is they playing with their phones, and they have their headphones.
Yeah.
And they probably have the music in their headphones, and they're playing with the phone, and you are not aware on what's going around you. And those people are easy targets.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why when I'm out doing like my walks, I try to do morning walks or exercises right before I go to bed, and it's dark out over here, when I'm usually getting off work, it's sunrise usually isn't for like another hour and a half, or 2 hours, some cases 3 hours. And so like whenever I'm listening to a podcast, audiobook, or music, I just play it on a Bluetooth speaker in my backpack. I don't even put headphones on, because I don't want to allow, I don't want my hearing to be impaired to such a degree that I can't see somebody walk, not see, I should say, hear somebody walk up from behind me. I'm trying to make sure I maintain that whole head on a swivel, but even I catch myself from time to time where it's like, holy crap, that guy just surprised me because he, walked right past me, speed walked, or he was jogging, or something like that. Because you get early morning joggers, early morning runners come up and they zip right past you, like, shit, man. If this guy had bad intentions, this guy was going to be a criminal today, he would have got the jump on me.
Yeah, mostly. Some instances there's no way of avoiding sort of confrontation or being in harm's way from a moving vehicle, for instance, or an accident or an out of control, whatever. But the point is, if you are aware, you can see it coming, and you've got time to do something about it. Even if you're overwhelmed by a gang of people, you can still do something about it instead of just completely get taken out straight away. Yeah.
That vehicle analogy is actually excellent. I'm glad you actually use that, because that's something I practice every day when I'm at work, that old following distance, make sure I leave myself plenty of following distance, make sure I'm scanning the horizon, a mile or half mile out. I'll come across wrecks or accidents or broke down vehicles on the side of the road, and I'll move over a lane so that way I can plainly avoid it, and that way I don't add to the mess or cause an accident. Or you got people that like to ride the bumper of the vehicle in front of them, and they got no time to react when something happens.
Yeah. I was going to do a video on that, actually.
Well,
driving.
In my situation, I'm 60 years old with gray hair now. We're victimized by crime to senior citizens more than anyone else.
Yeah.
My phone is not in my hand when I'm out walking around. I have nothing in my hands. No music, nothing. I had to really step it up since I got gray hair. Yeah.
Yeah,
just wanted to throw that out there. If you know anybody who's getting older,
especially, as you get older, you get more vulnerable. It'd be a good idea to go out in numbers as well. Go out with another person. So there's two of you there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You got twice the amount of eyes and ears on the ground.
Yeah.
Looking around. The reason why I mentioned vehicles earlier was it's a cheap and easy way for a wrongdoer to mow people down, and walk towards the traffic so
That's
you can
true.
see what the vehicle's doing. If it's driving at speed,
Yeah.
you can get behind cover or whatever, or jump out the way. If you're walking with the traffic, it's behind you, then you're not going to see anything coming. It's just going to hit you and you'll be taken out. And it's a favorite terror tactic nowadays.
Oh, yeah,
hire
yeah.
a vehicle. You've seen it occur in France, Paris, Holland, all over mainland Europe. It's quite a favourable method of attack.
You guys got such tight restrictions on just everyday weapons, or even everyday tools that can be construed as weapons.
Yeah, you can't. You're not allowed to carry anything that's been designed as a weapon as an everyday item. So you have to improvise. You are allowed to defend yourself, obviously, with anything at hand. But the onus now is put on the individual to be self-aware, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, risk factors.
Mm-hmm. This is what I carry as soon as I get out of my car before I get into the store.
The keychain.
A lanyard with my keys on it. Yeah, and I carry that in my hand as I'm approaching the store. I don't have to.
Yeah.
But if somebody's sizing up the old people out there, he's going to go, that one's got something in his hand. I'm not going to go next to him. We're going to go for that one who's has nothing.
What you don't
make yourself a hard target. This is really not a weapon, but it's a key. It's a key ring.
What you don't swing for someone, hit the miss them, hit the concrete, smash your keys up, and not be able to drive your vehicle though.
Mm-hmm.
If it will still work if some of these keys are electronic, aren't they?
Yeah, they're all electronic now. If I crack that across somebody's forehead or on their ear, it would probably break all this stuff to pieces. But
you got to break their skin in the process.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, absolutely. Cool. Use anything at hand, maximum violence, and
anything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, because I'm in Texas, we got constitutional carry. I carry a 9mm compact pistol in my cargo pocket whenever I go to the stores. Whenever I'm not, obviously when I'm at work, obviously I can't have that gun, but that's what I carry with me.
Yeah. So in vehicles as well, it's always look for an exit. Don't get too close to the vehicle in front. Yeah.
Well, that's actually part of the Smith. The Smith driving defensive driving training course, believe it or not, that's actually part of that is to have an exit. Yeah,
that's what I say. That's why I said it, because part of our Northern Ireland training was to do all this defensive driving techniques and stuff. And
obviously, we're talking about from the point of self-defense. Not so much.
Yeah.
But
never get out of your vehicle.
But they both can be intertwined, I guess, in that case.
Yeah, we used to, if you forget everything, just think tyres and tarmac. Always make sure you can see the tyres of the vehicle in front and the tarmac in front, which will give you enough maneuverable space to get out of the way. Yeah. Blocked in. Never get out of your vehicle, because the vehicle is some sort of barrier and shield. You get out of your vehicle trying to confront someone and just get away from there.
What's funny? So I remember a few months ago, I watched this video footage, dash cam video footage. I don't know if this was in Brazil or where it was at. I swear to God, like the way it was set up, you could have swore this could have been anywhere. This could have happened anywhere in the United States, anywhere in America. This guy, obviously he's paying attention to his surroundings. It's late at night. He's driving. He's on what we would call a freeway. You guys over there in England call motorway.
Yeah.
and he's driving and everything like that. Notices the car goes past him. He's just continuing on. He gets on the exit. The car in front of him gets on the same exit, and then they go around the bend. That car in front of him goes around the bend. Basically speeds up, zooms up, and then like they're coming underneath this overpass where the lanes kind of taper down. That car in front of him stopped about a mile or so, came to a stop underneath the bridge. And as he was getting up closer, everybody was getting out of the car. He had stopped his car. Everybody else was getting out, and then he sped up because he knew that they were gonna try to carjack him. He sped up. He actually took out some of their doors on their car, and like I said, there were like 4 or 5 guys that jumped out of this car in front of him because they were going to try to carjack him. They all had to jump out of the way because they were going to try to victimize him, but he basically turned the tables on him, used his car as a weapon to defend himself.
I mean, another one is even when you're in the vehicle driving along, is to not put any bags, laptop bags, on the back windowsill or in view, because you come to a stop, a junction or whatever, and the car will just come right up behind you, jump out, they'll smash your back window, grab your bags, and away they go. Just through, taking a chance that whatever is on that window shelf on the back window has got something valuable in it. They might have even followed the person from the airport or some transport hub as well, you see. So, yeah, I mean, it all adds up to the awareness of your personal space, the surrounding areas, situation, and that sort of stuff. And it can go south quite quickly, even just a simple road rage thing. You take your eyes off the road for a second, you cut someone up by mistake, and next thing you know, some guy's alongside you at 50 mile an hour honking and making all sorts of hand gestures, blocks you over to pull you over. He gets out and just goes from there. Yeah, it's just it's ridiculous.
Actually, over here in certain states, if you're caught doing that, you can actually get arrested for that'd actually be construed as false imprisonment of even if it's out on the road and you're using your car to block somebody else from being able to move like that, and you're trying to get out and threaten them, you can actually get charged with false imprisonment.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know if that'd be a misdemeanor or if that'd be a felony, but
care.
Oh, you taking off?
Peace out, guys.
All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce.
Okay, Bob.
I'm gonna go take my old man afternoon nap.
Yeah, no worries.
Bob.
I'm off for 5 minutes. Catch you later, Bob.
Well, as you mentioned, PV, about the road rage, I have seen some videos on that kind of stuff, and it was heated argument, and at the end, it turned out to be a big fight. So,
yeah, there's a lot of people, a lot of frustrated people out there, wound up. Always, the roads are horrendous no matter where you go, and there's a lot of tension knocking around. It doesn't take much to piss someone off, and it escalates quite quickly. Well, I mean, some place all you got to do is honk your horn at someone, and that's it. It escalates from there.
yeah, exactly.
So, defensive driving always.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah, and probably those people are usually probably stressed. They're in a hurry and they're probably late. And if something happens, they wind up. That's it.
Yeah, a lot of people are quite brave inside their car as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, you try and go, and you get out and confront someone, and it's all backpedaling business. But I wouldn't advise going out to confront someone because you never know who you're dealing with.
I agree.
I mean, there's a
Yep.
funny story once. My friend's wife told us this, and hey, CR, what the
What's up, PB?
this guy was going down the road, and some guy cut him up on the roundabout. So this guy was just doing all sorts of hand gestures, flicking the V's and finger up at him and stuff. So this bloke who cuts him up, he gestured him to pull over. So this guy pulled over, expecting to, something was going to, big fight was going to break out or something, and they were going to have a straightener and sort things out. And the guy in front of him pulled over, got out in a karate suit. It was on his way to the dojo.
Oh Lord!
Door
I
locks,
can
reverse.
use the warm up. I can use the warm up, guys.
Door
Yeah.
locks, reverse up, and speed away.
I was gonna say locking your doors though in your car as you're traveling, goes a long way.
Yeah, some of those, most cars now, they auto lock after about 10 mile an hour or something,
Yeah.
which is a good thing, really.
Well, if you got an older vehicle, like I say, I got my old Chevy truck in the driveway. They don't have that. That was way before that truck was made. Way before any of that was adopted into modern cars.
Yeah.
My little Chevy Sonic in the garage, it'll automatically lock the doors as soon as I put the car in drive.
Yeah. Well,
Can
these
I
days,
add some? Can I add
Go on.
something in?
Yeah,
Yeah.
please do.
That reminds me of when people pull into a gas station. How vulnerable you are when you're
Yep.
filling it up. You're going prepaying for it because you gotta go in and prepay, obviously, right?
That's a popular in Chicago. That is a popular place where people get ambushed at the gas stations that are getting fuel for their cars.
Yeah, I'll just don't run in. There's no one around. The next thing you know, where's my car, dude? Where's my car?
Yep.
yeah.
And it happens. It happens. There's videos
Yeah.
out
People
there, right?
literally will try to carjack a car that's got an empty tank of gas, or people will try to they'll try to rob the person at gunpoint, because they're trying to either get gas or go into the convenience store to, I don't know, buy a pack of cigarettes or a lottery ticket or whatever people do these days.
There's a lot of cars here now just catching on to the dash cam thing, primarily for insurance evidence. really.
Yeah, that's why I have my dash cams insurance, because I've
Yeah.
seen far too many dash cam videos where literally the only saving grace for the driver who got in the accident, his only saving grace why he wasn't being charged at fault was the fact that he had a dash cam, and he was able to prove that the other driver was at fault. The other driver ran the red light. The other driver made an unsafe pass or whatever. Because, you got people that will claim you rear-ended me or you ran the red light. And it's your word against their words. It's like
I had the right of way.
It's like, no, I have a dash cam.
Yeah. They're definitely good as to cover you. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good help because you can't rely on your memory.
Everything
Well,
happens
yeah.
so fast, right? If you think
Yeah,
about it.
everything happens so fast. You can't
In a
rely
blink
on
of an
memory.
eye, right?
Yeah.
If you
Like I
remember one
was
thing,
saying before,
that-
something that would take about 5 minutes to describe in full detail and full depth what actually happened. You actually play out the events as they unfold. It only took like 5, 10, maybe 30 seconds at most.
Yeah, it paints the picture better.
It wouldn't surprise me if people started to wear personal body cams as well nowadays.
Yeah, well, actually, that was something I'm thinking about doing. I've been
Yeah.
thinking about doing for like the last year or so, just because you get so many false police reports, so many people claiming somebody did something when they obviously clearly didn't, and these people are lying to the police, and they're not even getting arrested for lying to the police, which actually blows my mind, but that's another topic for another day. And so it's
Next
like,
week.
you know what? I think that's what I'm probably going to consider doing. I'm just going to start wearing a body cam as well, just because I don't want to be falsely accused of saying something, doing something, whatever. It's just like, nah, we're just going to replay the body cam footage. Don't take my word. Take the word of what happened on the body cam.
You could put your phone in a top pocket and record if it was feasible.
Yeah, if you got a breast pocket on your shirt, yeah, you probably could. Also,
as the worst case sort of thing. Doesn't beat having the real thing.
Yeah, but that kind of situation, there's going to be very few opportunities where a situation like that's going to come up where you'll actually have time to hit record on your phone and slide it into the breast pocket on your shirt or jacket or whatever it is that you're wearing. It's going to be very few
it's already done. It's already happened.
It's already happened. Like most of the time when I see something like that, when I see video footage or something like that, usually it's like with a police interaction and the person. I'm not saying, I just want to be clear here. I'm not saying that all police are bad and all law enforcement's bad, because it's patently false. Yeah. But there are a few bad apples out there. There are a few, how we talk about some people that, like they're really brave, or they want to go on a power trip. Well, you get same deal with some of these police departments. They don't always necessarily weed out the bad apples as they become an officer and become a part of the department. So they end up giving the rest of them a bad name. You get some of these a-holes that want to go on a power trip and trying to make mountains out of molehills. It's like a simple citation or simple warning would suffice, but now we're escalating, and it's not the civilian that's interacting with the police officer that's escalating. It's the officer himself who's, for whatever reason, decided to have a bad day, and he's going to take that bad day out on you. And like I said, those are probably the only times where I've ever seen where somebody employs that tactic that you're describing, where they'll hit record on their phone, slide their phone into their breast pocket of their shirt or their jacket.
Yeah, you could actually, I think you can get an app that enables you to permanently record. So as soon as you walk out the door, you can press record and it will just roll over 5 minutes at a time, sort of thing.
Yeah. I guess the question is, though, like how much data, how much storage space is available on your phone? Because these newer phones, and actually I found out with this phone that I've got right now, this is a last year's model that I bought last year. These newer phones now, they don't even have a port for you to plug in a SD card, micro SD card. Like it's all going to go onto the phone's internal storage. It's going to go onto the Google Cloud storage, which Google, by the way, is charging you money for, which I won't pay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You guys are having fun in the chat.
Right. So, Shadow, my time has come. I'm going to bid you all farewell. And
take care of preparedness, veteran.
To a couple of things to do.
Thanks for stopping by, preparedness, veteran.
Yeah,
good chatting with you, PV.
Yeah, catch you later, Dios. See ya. Good to chat with you.
Next Saturday. Next Saturday. Remember,
yeah, whenever
back, so next Saturday.
Whenever I see you live, I'll come and comment and participate and stuff. And yeah. So, Shadow, catch you later, and best of luck.
See you later.
Yeah. Ooh, I get to have the bottom spot.
Speaking of body cams, I believe it would be a little bit of a problem here in Sweden, because we have pretty strict laws with how you can record things, because it's what we call GDPR, which protects basically people's privacy, basically.
Yeah.
So you can't just have if you have a body cam, you can record people's faces and things like that. So that would not work here.
Yeah. Well, I was
Yes,
going to say certain states here in the U.S. they actually have it on the books where you are reliant on the other person's consent in order to record video or audio, which I don't know. To me, it's a double-edged sword because, like, so what? I can't have CCTV footage of my own property. I think that's like the only provision where that's an exception is like whenever it's being done from your house or being done from your vehicle, but like you can't just go in on public streets or public places and just start filming people without their consent.
exactly.
Yeah, yeah. I get what you mean there, yours. I mean, you even go into like, per se, quote unquote, grocery stores. There'll be signs, all right? And they even say no recording, right? So, and you get busted for that from security. They'll be like, you gotta delete all that stuff right now in front of me.
Yeah. Well, like I remember seeing people getting busted at Walmart because I don't know. I don't know if it's still a thing, but I remember growing up as a high schooler. So this has been years ago. This has been well over a decade ago. But people of Walmart was a thing. You know, like there was a website, and I don't know if it's still up or not, but it was dedicated to video and photos of weird people at Walmart, people that other people bump into at Walmart, and Walmart started cracking down for a while there. They started cracking down. They actually forced people on the spot. They'd have store security or whatever, force them on the spot. You need to delete that video right now, or you need to delete those photos right now.
Yeah.
And people get kicked from the store as a result as well. You know, they get kicked, they get banned from the store for a few months for doing that. Like I said, I think anymore nowadays, like they're starting to be a little bit less controlling with the whole camera thing because, here, we got the whole First Amendment right, and that's what a lot of people start arguing. You're violating my First Amendment right to be able to, for freedom of the press, to record video, audio. Like I said, it does become a bit of a dicey situation. Oh man, that's a pregnant kitty. Sorry. Got stray cats in my.
Come from?
No,
Where'd that
I
come
got
from?
stray cat. We got stray cats in the neighborhood, and just seen a stray cat walk across my front yard, and it's like, oh man, that's a pregnant cat. She's gonna be having a litter here pretty
Not a
soon.
squirrel, it's a cat.
Yeah. No, I get cats all the time here. I saw at one time one of the Swede streams. I was like, oh, is that a cat or is that a dog back there? Because I was looking out my kitchen window into the backyard, and it's like there's no way that's a dog because like he would jump over the fence, and it's like, and I seen how it was a cat. It was a ginger cat. But anyhow, no.
Derail.
Yeah, no. Like I said, it's kind of a double-edged sword not being able to record. Because like on the one hand you're protecting people's privacy, but on the other hand you're also suppressing other people's right for basically freedom of the press.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, Walmart has kind of backed off a little bit, but I do remember there was a time where Walmart was really starting to crack down on people making videos or posting photos or trying to take photos of strangers or even just walking down the aisles and taking video. I don't know if they were cracking down on it back in 2020 when they were starting to be supply shortage issues because a lot of people were forced to stay home.
Yeah, there was lots of videos out there of people recording in the store.
Yeah, and they were recording all the empty shelves and everything. I don't know if they were cracking down on that or not. They might have been, but wouldn't know. But yeah, for me, I'm definitely probably going to be seriously consider getting a body cam. It's so easy these days for people to file a false police report. And the crazy part is that the insane part, at least over here in the U.S., many of these people, they're not getting in trouble for filing a false police report. They're not even getting in trouble for wasting police services, emergency services for non-emergencies. It's like at one point in time that used to be a misdemeanor. That was a ticketable, at a minimum, a ticketable offense, at most a jailable offense for calling the police for a non-emergency, for some, for a non-crime.
Shadow, this is where you do some talking here. It's your stream. It's not my stream. You're on my stream. It's your stream. I'll let you take over.
Yeah, I was thinking, what I don't get is how people can walk and film people here in Sweden. You can see other people's faces and things like that. Okay, if they have their backs turned to you, it's okay. But if they show the face on the video, that would be a problem, because you needed their permission to upload that video later. So that means you need to go to ask that person if that is okay. So, and I see people make YouTube videos here in Sweden. They go straight into the grocery store and do their video. And what I have seen is they get other strangers on their video, and some of them you can see their faces, and that is against the PR. So that is basically a felony. So
yeah. Well,
the reason
for that
is, if you film someone and the face, you can see their faces. And if that person has a protected identity, that person can have some real problems if you upload that video on YouTube.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that is why GDPR exists, to protect people, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, and I was going to say, over here in the U.S., like I said, they got some pretty strict filming rules in regards to filming children. Like, unless you have the parent or guardian's consent to have their child's face to appear on video, you can't be filming children or photographing children. Like, if you got a video you plan on uploading on the internet, their faces have to be blocked out, and sometimes that's what you'll see in a lot of cases where, like I said, minors appear on video, their faces get blocked out, or they will cut the video, they'll cut the frame where the child's going to appear, because they got there's some, I would say, moderately strict rules in regards to filming children. And a lot of it has to do with protecting children from, let's just say there's some sick people out there that like to film child P-word, videos. And like I said, that's part of it. I'm trying not to get your stream shut down by saying some bad words.
Good point. Sure, you can blur people's faces, but those who upload the videos don't blur them. They just
Yeah.
So,
No. Yeah. You're right. You're right. Like I said, that's why oftentimes that stuff's actually uploaded through software. You know, they upload it through software, and like the smart technology anymore, it's getting a lot better. Where it'll auto, it'll
yeah,
auto block some of that stuff out, auto edit that stuff out. But like oftentimes, somebody has to go back and edit the video footage themselves and either cut out a frame or blur out or block out the faces of certain individuals.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if this works. But if somebody see a video with a blurred face, and that person download the video and put it in a video editor, and do you think that person can take away that blur?
Well,
Is that possible?
Unlikely, but I mean, I don't know. I would say anything could be possible nowadays. I'm going to say unlikely because the source video has already been edited, and it's not like they can revert it back. Like it, I don't know.
I think
It'd be difficult.
blurring just basically like fills it in. But if it's like a total blocked out, like a black block or a white box or whatever, it's nearly impossible because then there's nothing there to even use, right? A blurred
Yeah.
face, you can still kind of try to recreate that.
Yeah.
But if it's blocked out with a solid color, I mean, that'd be next to impossible, right? That's like putting a sheet in front of you, like a piece of cardboard. You're not going to be able to see through that or figure that out.
Yeah.
I mean, I do a lot of editing, and I know, but
Yeah,
I know
well,
what's
yeah, and I was
capable.
gonna say, like I said, the source video, because at that point, the video that you're downloading from wherever that had all the blurred faces or had the blocked out faces, that is the source video. You're not going to revert it back to what it was prior to any of the editing that took place. You can do
because you
more
don't have
edits on
access to
your
it.
side, but you can't edit back to its raw form the way it was prior to them blocking out the faces and blurring out the faces. Like it'd be very difficult.
Yeah, I mean,
I would say pretty much impossible unless you got some sort of smart technology of some kind, like some sort of CCP endorsed smart technology.
Yeah, stuff that they use for forensics, I guess, right?
Yeah,
that kind of stuff. That's way more advanced than anything.
Way more advanced than what's available on the commercial market, commercial consumer market.
Yeah, that kind of software is special.
Yeah, that's why a lot of people don't even do the blur and they just put the block. Because then there's and then it's virtually impossible because there's no data in there, right? There's no colors, there's no silhouettes, there's nothing to use.
Well, for me, like I said, I'd seen equal amount of blurs and blocks, but like I said, I still think blurs are a little bit more popular than blocks, at least for like anything that you see that's broadcasted on TV here in the U.S. or anything coming from like an official news source, where they'll upload something on their website. Like for instance, like I'd seen, so like a lot of the newer school buses here in the U.S., they've got CCTV cameras. And they'll show CCTV camera footage of what happened in the school bus, whether it be some kids assaulting another kid or if it was an adult doing something inappropriate to a kid, or if the bus driver did something unsafe, like got the bus caught on like a railroad crossing or something like that, or was too close to a railroad crossing, or they show footage of an accident that took place involving the school bus, they show it from the inside of the bus. And like I said, they'll have all those students' faces blurred out. It doesn't matter if it's a high schooler or if it's a little kindergartner or elementary school student, they'll have their
Well,
They'll
yeah,
have
they're
all the
not
faces
adults.
blurred out, before they broadcast the video on either TV or put it on their website.
Yeah, it'll be heavily edited.
Yeah.
Just to avoid any issues later.
Liability.
Yeah, exactly, right? You don't want to get sued or something like that.
Liability, and like I said, there are some child laws out there in regards to what you can and cannot film involving children. In most cases, and I would say 99% of the cases, it pretty much it's based on the consent of the adult, the parent guardian of that child,
Yeah.
to whether or not you can actually have them filmed or have them in the video. That's why whenever you've seen me in the past do videos of me walking in a store, I did my best to point the camera down at the shelves, down at what it was I was talking about, and try to avoid having anybody come into frame, like anyone.
Yeah. See, I mean, for me, I don't even like doing that recording. I mean, I know it's popular and all, but I know that if I get something happens, then there'll be something. It'll just be a hassle. So,
Yeah.
Not just from YouTube or whatever. I'm like law enforcement or something like that. You weren't supposed to do this. You broke the law there or whatever, right? It's not worth the hassle. Hey, Shadow, did you read my comment from earlier? I just want to bounce back to it. Well, anyways, I was saying, I noticed this, and I always try to be very careful. Like, if you're in a vehicle, no matter what kind of vehicle, even a school bus or whatever, right? You got to be very, very careful. Even if there's no one around or you're driving slow, to reach down to something like that's down by the floor. Let's just say you drop something, your keys, your bottle of water, right?
Yeah.
Because if I have to do that, I always take a look to make sure there's no one coming around, like cars or whatever, right? Because you're in a very vulnerable spot, right? If your neck's like just below the dash, right? You're in a very precarious situation, right? If something happens. And then that goes the same for a driver or anyone else that's in the vehicle. So I always tell people, don't do that. And if you do have to do it, take a look first, make sure no one's actually like nearby, right? Because all that takes is that next split second, someone drives faster, someone runs the red light, and you're more injured. So anyways, I just wanted to say that.
Well, you have a good point there, Seor.
Well, I mean, like, that's something that people don't think about, right? You're reaching for that coffee, you're reaching for something, right? Well, if you get in an accident or, you drive the safest or whatever, but you can't control anyone else, right? All that takes is someone running the red light.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, even on the highway or whatever, if you're going to pick up something or whatever, slow down or whatever, or like, at least let someone else grab it, and you're looking to making sure that you're not going to get hit. Because in that situation, if you got hit on the side, T-bone or whatever, it's not going to be pretty. Versus being upright in the seat, right? With the seatbelt on and all that stuff. Versus like your head down below the dash, your arms below the dash, right? Ugh, that would suck. Yeah, exactly, Hugo. Distracted driving. But I mean, like, it's more like, you're not being in that more safe position, like in the seat, upright, where and actually paying attention to what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
Stuff, right? Because even if I'm, let's say I'm in the passenger side, if I gotta do that, right? I'm like, I gotta reach down to get it, right? Can you take a look here? Anyone behind us? Because like I said, all of that takes is that next split second, right? And it comes back to situational awareness, right?
Yeah.
So, not a lot of people think about that. I see that every so often. Right. I'm just like let's just say if you're in rush hour traffic, stop and go traffic. Yeah, don't do
Yeah.
that. Avoid doing that at all possibility, right? Well, Steve and Shadow, I guess everyone's familiar with like those accidents that happen from someone not directly behind you, but someone behind them, and it just kind of domino effects towards you. Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
That can happen.
that's called following too closely, not maintaining a safe following distance between the car.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I know that stuff can happen.
Yeah. One of my favorite YouTube channels to watch every now and then when I get bored, when I'm getting tired of paying attention to politics or geopolitics or prep related stuff, I'll go and start watching dash cam videos. My favorite YouTube channel is Mega Driving School. I don't mean to be doing name drops, but that's like one of my favorite dash cam videos. Just watch like 8 or 10 minutes of dash cam compilation footage. Takes place here in the U.S., Canada, Mexico. People's driving patterns. And, man, it just makes you really aware. It's like, okay, probably shouldn't be doing this, and this.
Oh yeah, I've seen videos like that.
People are going to be doing this and that.
Yeah, I've seen some of that stuff on like close calls and all this other stuff, or catching something in front of you happen. Yeah, I kind of watch that stuff every so often for educational purposes, right? To realize, situational awareness, right? Like I just saw this one on Instagram. Like basically there was like a car behind a little bit more, driving really, really fast. There's one car, SUV, saw it, pulled over to the side, right? And next thing you know, that car that was speeding hit another vehicle, and that vehicle that got hit flipped. I mean, like, so situational awareness, right? They were aware that someone's speeding. Oh, I can pull over to the right side, let them go by.
Yeah, they pulled over in the shoulder, and they avoided getting rear-ended.
Did you actually see that video? Because
I've seen plenty of videos like that though.
I saw it on Instagram. I'm like, holy cow, that's situational awareness. Like you see the comments, everyone's talking situational awareness. Yeah, right. It probably helps them save on claiming insurance.
I've seen this Tesla dash cam footage. I call it dash cam. I use dash cam in air quotes, but actually it's one of the side cams on a Tesla car. That's on the front fender. It's pointing out from the driver's side camera angle, kind of at a 45-degree offset angle towards the traffic beside the Tesla car. Those Tesla car came up, to a row of cars, like on the other lane, fast laning of traffic. It all suddenly came to a stop. Semi truck right behind all of them. The driver wasn't paying attention. I mean, he took out every single one of those cars. There was at least that. This isn't even an over exaggeration. There's at least 6 or 7 cars, maybe more, that semi truck took out. I don't know if the driver was not paying attention or if he had a medical episode, but
and
there are a lot of people that
actually
got
happen, right? Yeah, to realize that, hey, what happens if someone had a heart attack behind the wheel or something like that? That could happen easily, right? Or here in the winter months here in Canada or in the U.S. or other places.
This was a sunny
snow,
day.
Ice.
This was a sunny day.
But I'm just saying,
dry pavement, no excuse. He just slammed right into him. So, like I said, either.
No, but what I'm saying is stuff like heart attacks, ice, black ice, right? We can't control that, right? So that's why I don't want to be put in a vulnerable position. Oh, I got to pick up the water bottle that I dropped, right? All right, no, I'll wait. I can wait a little bit, right? I can wait a little bit until I can assure myself that it's safe to do so. There's no traffic around. I pulled over or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. That's what, because even because we're talking about big towns and big cities too, right? I guess that's the topic, right?
Yeah.
That's the okay. Well, if you think about even for someone that lives in an urban area, think about if you're taking public transportation, right? Bending over and picking up something like in your bag or whatever. What happens if the bus stops suddenly? You don't have a seatbelt on, and you're in this vulnerable position. You're gonna get hurt or whatever, right? And ultimately, it's your responsibility, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, to me, that goes the same thing about like, let's say if you're taking like a school bus or anything, or let's say one of those tour buses too. If you think about it, all right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I keep
Charter
forgetting.
bus.
Yeah, charter bus, right? Look what happened here out west in Saskatchewan, like a couple. I think it was this year. Anyways, like something happened. All right, it's a sad story. Iron Fire Horse, you probably know about that story. You've already heard about that story.
No.
Right? Oh, I'm talking to Iron Fire Horse, and she knows because she lives here in Canada.
Ooh, that is not good.
Well, do people even check their mirrors? I find there is a reason why we have mirrors and all this stuff, right?
Well, drive for 5 minutes. Well, you can get pretty far on 5 minutes.
5 minutes in driving terms, that's quite a distance. If you think
Yeah.
about it, all right. Even that's like school zone limit or slow 20, 30 kilometers an hour. I mean, like you can get several. You can almost make like 1 kilometer in that time, and that'd be awful, right? Imagine being that person on the outside, right? You'd be scared. You know, you'd be scared. I was gonna say choice words, but yeah, right. Ugh. I don't know. Some people need to situational awareness class. I guess it isn't so common. That common sense thing, right? I just like no, because even when I'm like with people, I'm in the driver's side or passenger side in the back seat or whatever, right? I always say we're in it together. If something happens, any one of us could get injured or whatever, right? That's like in a parking lot, for example, when people are backing out. If there's more than one people, everyone takes a look.
Yeah.
Because what happens if the driver misses it and I can't catch it? Then we're avoiding, hassles of like insurance and all this stuff, hitting someone, hitting a child or whatever, right? So that's being proactive, right? Being proactive in the situation instead of being, oh, I'm just gonna be on my phone. I'm not. Whatever, right? No. I'll put down my phone for a moment and take a look and be like, okay, we're good on the right side. The driver's checking the left side, that kind of thing. But I mean, that's something my parents taught me. Always, if you're in a vehicle with other people, everyone takes a look. Like when you're backing out of let's say, driveway in the parking lot, right? Because all it takes is to not notice that. The next thing you know, you injured someone or worse, right? Then you gotta live with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
That's
my one
good.
buddy, whenever he rides with me, we're coming up to an intersection where it's going to be multiple lanes of traffic. We're at a stop sign. He'll spot me on my passenger side while I'm looking at the driver's side to see if it's safe to cross.
Mm-hmm.
And let me know if a car's coming or not.
Mm-hmm. I just read your
parking lots go. I've gotten into way too many accidents in parking lots. That's where a majority of my accidents took place. So if I can help it, most of the time I try to either back into a parking spot or I will try to find a pull through.
Or like you park in the back where it's more open. Versus right by the store, right?
Sometimes I do, but most of the time I just try to find a pull-through spot. Usually the pull-through spots are towards the back. Sometimes I get lucky, though, and they might be up front.
Or you could just drive forward out and see, right? It's actually that backing up is always the hassle. Even and not just relying on the rear camera, right? Always making sure, actually double checking to make sure
Well,
there's no.
actually, neither one of my vehicles have a rear-facing camera. So, and even if you did have a camera, it's not a good idea to depend on that anyway, because it can only see what's directly behind you versus what's coming from the left of you or what's coming from the right of you.
Yeah, exactly, right. You use
You
it as a
get
tool
what's
to
called tunnel vision. That's why they'll even have on some of these camera displays, watch your surroundings. You know, it'll actually say it in text on your camera display.
Yeah. Like when I'm in the passenger side, the driver's always like, "Hey, you check that one side. I can't check it." CR. I'm like, okay, yeah. Because like I said, you're in it together, right? You're in the vehicle together, right? If something happens or whatever, then it's a big hassle. So trying to avoid that, right? By trying to mitigate any chance of it, because you've actually taken a look, right? You know, you actually looked outside the window. You actually checked all the mirrors beforehand, right?
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when stuff like that happens, right, it's because someone didn't check. It's not always going to be, oh, it's that kid that you can see, right? It's going to be that one time that you didn't take that one extra second to double check that one side and someone just came around that corner or around the vehicle, their vehicle, right? But then again, that comes back to like the other person having situational awareness, right?
Yeah.
Too, right?
Yeah.
Like if you can't see the driver's eyes, like let's say if you can see the driver's eyes in the rear view mirror, in like the side mirrors, they can see you, right? But if you can't see their face, assume that they can't see you.
Yeah.
Right? Because some people get so complacent. Oh, I'm walking. I have to look right away. Well, you know what? Sometimes people are trying to back out quickly or rushing out or something like that. And
yeah. Or people mistake the gas for the brake.
Yeah, or something like that, right? Something silly like that, right? Then you involve in other environmental type of things like ice, snow, wetness, whatever, right? All this earth stuff, right? Yeah. So sometimes the best thing to do is like make it to your destination in one piece. Right? That's the most important thing. That's the most important thing, right?
Yeah, like it doesn't matter when I get there. I'll get there when I get there.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No, because I've seen so many videos here in Canada about like there's ice ahead and people aren't slowing down, even though you see like hazard lights in the distance, like cars on the side. Yeah, people are like, it's not that bad. It can't be that bad. Oh, I hit the black ice. Never mind. Next thing you know, they're on the side.
I do not like black ice, man.
Yeah, right. I mean, as a person that lives here in Canada, right? Iron Farmers probably can agree to test to that, right? It's just like some people are just kind of like, why are you driving that fast? Right? You adjust your speed to the conditions of the road. The speed limit is only when it's ideal conditions, sunny day. You know, visibility is 100%, right? No reduced visibility, no fog, no rain, no whatever, right? Stuff like that. So, yeah. And too many times I've seen that. Oh yeah, media. Yeah, people run red lights or trying to. Oh, it's still yellow, right? Because I've actually, well, I experienced this back in, what is it, 06, I think. Now me and my friends just went to Tim Hortons. We just had coffee, right? I'm in the back seat or whatever, right? We barely got through the intersection. We're not even half a walk away. Then next thing you hear is this slam. I look behind us. Someone just got T-boned behind, right in the intersection, right where we were a couple seconds ago, right? I was just saying, oh my gosh, guys, we were so lucky, because that could have been easily us, right? You know what I mean? If we took 5 seconds longer at the store or getting coffee or whatever, right? That could have been us, right? So, and situational awareness, I think that person actually did run a red light or didn't wait long enough or whatever, something like that, or illegal, not turning on a red light. I mean, not turning. Yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
But situational awareness is a really important thing.
Yeah,
You need
I
to
mean,
care.
I know better. I know better.
Yeah.
You know, thankfully, you know, no one I've known personally or myself have been in a car accident, but you know, I've seen it even in front of me or behind me, or you know, you come up to a scene or whatever, right, in an urban area, right? You're gonna remember that can happen to you if you're not aware of certain things
Yeah.
happening, right?
Especially
You know,
if you're in a big city with a lot of people and a lot of cars.
yeah, right. That's why just like, you know, in Russia, that's why I think this is why people get so stressed out in rush hour traffic, right?
Yeah.
So many
Most people
cars that stop and
stressed out.
go, people rushing, you know,
Yeah.
and all that stuff. Yeah. So I guess that's the difference between in more smaller town or in the countryside, right? There's more space for vehicles and stuff like that, you know. You know, people will be like, "Oh, I don't have to, you know, I'll slow down a little, let the car go by, past me or whatever, you know, let them go ahead like, you know, 100, 200 feet, you know. Now I can just relax, enjoy the drive, right?
Yeah.
And I kind of have to worry about, well, is this guy suddenly going to stop or whatever, right? Especially during the winter. I mean, I think it goes without saying, you know, usually the distance in the winter for stopping or being behind people is like 3 times the distance that you would normally use in the summer.
Yeah.
So
I agree with Iron Fire Horse.
did I not notice that Dolores like wasn't here? I just looked at my screen again, like, where is he?
Well, he got problems probably with his
Oh,
internet connection.
okay.
Uh, People who don't use their signals or turn them on after they already are turning.
Oh
I
yeah.
hear that is a problem I have seen here as well.
Oh yeah, I've
That
seen that. I I have story.
that's really
I have a
annoying.
story. I actually have a story about that. You wanna
Okay.
go first? Me and my friend, well, her name's Nina, right? I was in the drive. She was driving. I was in the passenger side, right? Someone cut us off, right? And like literally broke so hard that my face almost touched the dash with the seatbelt on because she stopped so fast, right? And because it was a merge lane because of construction or whatever, right? And she pulls beside him and says, "You know, if you signaled, I would let you in." By the way, like she was really upset because because it was if she didn't brake right there, we would have hit him, right?
Yeah.
Like regardless if it's our fault or his fault or whatever, the hassle of it, right? Think about it, right? Because now you got to pull over. Now you got to contact insurance company. Now you know pay for damages eventually on all this other stuff. Now you know all this other stuff that you got to deal with, right? Because if someone didn't give enough notice for signaling, turning, right?
Yeah.
Like even my parents have always said, yeah, if you're not like, regardless if you're biking, driving, or whatever, right? Because motorized vehicle, scooter, e-bike, whatever, right? Make your intentions
Yeah.
well known in traffic. If your intentions are well known, people can react to that. Then they'll give you that moment. If you don't
Exactly.
give anyone time or lead time, they're just thinking on the fly, right? And you know they're
Yeah.
like, "Oh, sorry, well you didn't signal there, or I didn't know you were going to turn there, right?" You know, that's why we have those signaling devices on cars and vehicles and all this stuff in the first place, right? You know what I mean? Like people, like you would get pulled over if you had like one your back red lights not working, right? police would probably pull
Yeah.
you over, hey, you know, and be like, hey, you don't have that on, right? You need to have that on for safety reasons for everyone.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Yeah, and I just I didn't have my license for that long. I probably had it for a month or so. And
Yeah. Iron
when
Fire Horse
I,
is taking off, by the way. She's taking off.
okay,
Take care. Bless you. I was wondering when she was going to sneeze. Like every single
okay,
time.
yeah, stay safe. And
Okay.
God bless you.
Anyways,
Bye.
you were saying.
I probably had my driver's license for at least, I believe it was a month or so.
Mhm.
And it was at the end of my day at work, so I was going home, but I had to wait until a Volvo passed me because I couldn't um, do my right turn and go on the main road, so I had to wait. And when that Volvo passed, so I turned turned the right, and fall behind that car, and I wonder is he doing? Uh, and I noticed that he drives very slowly, and it was an older couple, and the man, he drove so slowly, and he just turned right when he got into the parking lot. Um, he it was a grocery store there, and what's he doing? And he turned on his signals when he turned, so I almost hit his rear, but I avoided. And that was really dangerous. I was 1.5 meter from hitting him.
Remember, 1.5 meters, that's 5 feet. That's the kind of distance on foot you can cover in like a split second, right? So just imagine in a motorized vehicle that's going faster. I mean, I think that, isn't there, I thought you're supposed to signal, check the mirror, then actually make the turn, or, you know, change lanes, right?
Yeah.
Not this kind of like, I'm already changing lanes and then I'm going to start signaling. You just give less time for people, right?
Yeah.
And people wonder why people get reared end or traffic accidents, right? It's not always because of road conditions or distracted driving or impaired driving, right? Sometimes it's just because sheer not smart people. I'll just say it like that. Not smart people. All right.
I agree.
You know, because now you're gonna do saving half a second or whatever, 20 seconds or whatever. Now you're gonna spend another like 20 minutes, half an hour. Now you're gonna call insurance up. Now, you know, whatever, right? Or something like that, right? It's not worth it. It's not worth it.
Yeah. Ocam says, I try not to be, but I am a backseat driver. It has been rough. I saved people from accidents, and they are angry at me for it. Okay.
Well, I always say I don't want to be a backseat driver too, but I also realize that we're in it together, right? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Like if I'm not if I'm in the back seat or whatever, right? People are in the front driving and whatever, right? If we're pulling out from a parking lot, I'll take a look. I'll be like, hey, yeah, the left side's good, the right side's good. I don't see anyone, right? Because Like I said, because you're in it together, right? Because if you get in an accident in the parking lot or whatever, right now you're gonna, it's all that additional hassle, right? Because sometimes, a lot of the time, if you just get that extra half a second, or take that extra half a second to take a look, you'll actually see someone or let someone go by first. Then there's no one else around. Then, you know what I mean? Then you're in the clear to pull out or drive ahead, right? To me, that's a no-brainer in terms of doing that, because it's just like, yeah, I rather like make sure it's good than waste time later. You know, because I'm trying to save time now, right? I bet if you talk to anyone that got in an accident or whatever, right, they'll probably be like, yeah, in hindsight, I should have did this or checked, all right?
Yeah.
Because you're getting complacent and not checking. Right?
Yeah.
That's just why, you know, like driver's ed or whatever, some stuff like that, that it should be drilled into your mind. This is the procedure, right? There's a reason for it. Right? It's because to give people enough time just in case something else, right? Notice of you changing lanes in front of you, turning, right? You know, like, you know, there's a reason, you know, there's a reason why even if your turning signals are not working, right? There's a reason why that there were those hand gestures from the driver's side. I've seen people do that before, right?
Yeah.
People got to be aware of that, right? That should be like old school method, right? You know, or you know, something, you know, something happened and, you know, sorry, I can't signal, but I'll hand gesture it at least.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Occam says, I'll wait forever for traffic both ways to clear. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, especially important on the highway or like in higher speed zones, right?
Yeah.
Because there's less time to react. Hence, you got to give more ample amount of time or distance, depending what it is, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right, because a lot of these accidents that happen, let's just say I mean, you hear about these stories about these accidents that happen on a clear, sunny day in the weather conditions were perfect, ideal, you know, visibility was excellent, and still something happened, right? And it's not because of some heart attack or, let's say, black ice, right? That's different, right? Okay, you know, it's just judgment or user error, right? Right, and I don't, right, and really, I don't want to be that person that caused serious injury to someone else, because then you gotta live with that, right? You gotta live with that, right? Your family would never look at you the same. People would never look at you the same, right? So, and I always feel bad for the people that get into these accidents and the people that have to mourn these people that they lost, because it's awful, all right?
Yeah.
Especially if it's in, like, some of these things happen in the middle of, like, nowhere, right? It's not because it's rush hour or anything like that. It's the speed limit, or people blew through a stop sign. Didn't give, you know, someone the right of way, right? I mean, I hate it so much that it still happens. You know?
Yeah, I agree.
Right? So, I'd be more happy if that stuff didn't happen in a given year. Okay, I see that, Hugo. Sandy, the one finger wave.
Okay, CB.
Later, Hugo.
See you later. Thanks for stopping by. Take care, Hugo. Stay safe, and God bless.
Oof. That comment right before that, I just read it too. Oof.
Yeah.
That's Daisy. So I mean, I've never been in a car accident, but I've had some close calls at times, right? In front of me or right behind me, right? So to thinking that it'll never happen to me. Oh, I'm the safest driver ever. No, you know what? Doesn't matter how safe you are. It's the people around you. How safe are they, right? Now, generally, if more people are safe, then generally everything's smooth, right? Everyone gets to the destination fine in one piece. But it's that one time that some a-hole or whatever cuts you off, and then it's or something along the lines of that, right?
Edit again media. Well, I have my native language and my second language is English. So too, and I can a few phrases in Japanese, but I don't speak it. And I can a few phrases in Russian too.
Yeah.
I refuse to ride with anyone who looks at me and glances at the road when driving. Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff too. Right.
Uh, we had
happens.
When I was learning at the traffic school and took my driving lessons. I heard from my instructor that it was an accident and that guy who was responsible for that accident, he had dropped tape, with music on. He dropped it.
You mean the cassette?
Yeah.
I just like when you use that. No, because when you said tape, I thought you meant like duct tape or like a roll of duct tape or something like or gorilla.
I mean,
I'm like, no, you
cassette.
mean cassette, right? Yeah, tape is slang for that. I'm just like, no one uses the word tape anymore unless they're talking about tape, right? So yeah.
Well, he dropped that cassette, and it fall on the passenger side. So he bent over to pick that up
while driving. Still
while driving, yeah, and you know what? He smashed in
and probably still at a road. Yeah. Distracted driving, right? Your eyes aren't on the road, right? Because usually your eyes will follow. You'll drive what your eyes are following to, right? Look where you want to go. Look where you want to go, kind of deal, right? So.
And that car that man crashed in was another traffic school car with the instructor and the student. So that student were pretty shocked, basically, which is something I understand. So
yeah, I get it. Yeah, I mean, like you said, car accidents are common, and if you haven't been in one, you've probably seen one or been close enough to it. Where it's been behind you or in front of you, or you had to wait because traffic's backed up because of it, right? And that stuff happens. I mean, like, actually, and to be perfectly honest, that happens probably more frequently in urban areas, but it does happen on the highway on the outskirts of town too. So you can't just say, "Oh, I live in the sticks. I don't have to worry about that." Well, you know what? You might be on the highway though. All right. And if you think about it, let's just say in terms of like bugging out, evacuating out, right? That's even more serious. are more.
Yeah, I agree.
You're gonna be even more careful, right? Because that's the time not to get in an accident, because that's heavily going to delay you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stuff like that, right? So, and for people, anyone listening or whatever that's actually been in an accident that was their fault, remember, try not to do it again, right? Be like,
Yeah.
ooh, that was a bad call on my part or whatever, right? Be like, yeah, my bad. Yeah, remember that. Because be lucky that it wasn't worse, right? Because I don't know if
Yeah.
anyone that can live with that kind of stuff on their conscience about stuff like that. Because I know I couldn't. I'd be thinking about that all the time.
Yeah.
Like I said, post-traumatic stress, PTSD, right, is a thing, right? I know someone that lived in Australia, and they spun out because of something like that. They had PTSD for like months after. Still, I mean, they
Yeah.
were fine, right? They weren't seriously injured, but it's just that the rush of like almost getting hurt, that kind of deal, right? And then it happening all so fast too, right?
Yeah.
Split set, where you're like, oh, I should have did this or that, right? In hindsight, all this stuff.
Yeah.
Seriously, the food cost. I thought we weren't on talking about food. What happened to that? What happened to that?
Always get into food for some reason. I don't know why,
For
but
fun,
it's
right?
always, yeah.
Yeah.
Years of working
Well,
for
okay.
Kia to serve these delicious mini sausages for breakfast. I have been trying to find them. Most of the products have Swedish names. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. All I know, they came in a bundle, and the name started with a P. Yeah, I can. Yeah, I can give the.
See, Shadow, this reminds me of something now. See, for anyone that hasn't noticed, because I actually haven't posted a lot of biking videos lately. Although there might be one soon. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, right? But like, I've shown biking like in traffic before, and this other stuff,
Yeah,
right? And I know better. That's why I know better. doesn't matter if you're in the car or biking or whatever, right? It's all that situational awareness, right?
yeah.
Hold on a second. My headset's dying. I gotta plug it in and plug it in. Hold on. Yeah. Or not. Oh, okay, never mind. There we go.
You're most
Shadow so
welcome.
quiet. I thought I had issues. I thought I had issues. I can't with it.
No.
Yeah.
I can hear loud and clear, so no issues
Yeah.
there.
Like, I know you got as we're talking about grid down and urban
Yeah.
suburban areas and stuff like that. But if you think about like car accidents are more common, more likely to happen to a person. The
Yeah,
likelihood
exactly.
the likelihood of grid down is a lot less compared to a car accident, right?
Yeah, it will be because the traffic lights will not work. So
Well, yeah, that too. Okay, well, that too, right? Right. Where you're supposedly supposed to treat everything like a 480 stop, but like I've seen that happen before too, right? I'm like, I thought everyone's supposed to treat this like a four-way stop. Like you'll be walking or seeing it or you're driving or whatever, right? It's like, you know, that's where it comes back to situational awareness, right? You know, and not just gunning it or, you know, just, you know, zooming by or whatever real fast. All right. Exactly, Sandy. Exactly my point. Exactly my point. You can highlight that.
Which one? This one?
No, no. It's that other one. I just read it, so most
Okay.
recent. That other one.
You mean you're making me hungry,
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Correction, Sandy. Us hungry. I always have to correct everyone. You're making us hungry, right? Plural, together, us. The rest of us hungry. I mean, I'm speaking for everyone, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So big cities or small towns was the topic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Big and small cities.
well, another another thing to keep in mind. Another thing to keep in mind is because it's so hot out right now. It's summertime for the most part, right? I always
Yeah.
consider, you know, in certain areas or whatever, more populated areas, right? If everyone's running AC, and let's just say it's outrageously above seasonal, you know, way above seasonal. Heat wave's been going. They've issued that heat wave for the last couple of days or whatever, right? I always assume. I always think to myself, I'm like, if a power outage or a blackout or brownout happens, it would be right now because the power consumption is so high, right? I did guess it one. I did guess it right once back in 2021 because we had the heat wave here, and I guessed it. I'm like, yep, it did happen. I was ready for it, right? You know what I mean? Like I had solar lights and stuff like that. It didn't last long, but
Yeah.
I anticipated that because just the way that, you know, the recipe's there, right? You know, excess heat, right? Power lines maybe sagging or whatever because excess heat, high amounts of electricity going through these lines. Everyone's consuming electricity on fans and like AC units, right? And I'm like, yep, it did
Yeah.
happen. It did happen. So, you know, and again, these are probably things that are more likely to happen to a person day to day, week to week, month to month, right?
Yeah.
You know, right? It's more likely to happen than an SHTF, but it could be localized or personal, right? You know what I mean? Like if you get on in a car accident, that's going to be a personal SHTF to you
Yeah.
personally, right? People driving by won't care. they'll look and be like, "Oh, ooh, that was bad," right? And it doesn't directly affect them, but then, you know, something like a power outage affects that whole area, affected area, right, and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I see a meeting. Wait, you had sushi? What? Where'd that come from?
Yeah. I had sushi earlier this week.
Really? Why is that? I just want someone to eat. Thanks.
Yeah.
Thanks. I just forgot because you haven't done a Saturday stream for 2 weeks. I
Well,
kind of
it's easy.
forgot about it.
Yeah. Well, if you don't stream for 2 weeks, well, it's easy to forget.
It's like, oh yeah, I should have been more prepared. I shouldn't have anticipated it. Did I tell you that before I came in, right? Because I had to do something. Hondo sends me a message for one of my in the comment section on my last video. Something. We're on live now. He says. I'm like, I just love hearted it. I'm like, okay, dude, I'm coming. I'm jumping in. So I got that memo handle. That's a nice little memo. No. It's only 2271 Fahrenheit here. 22 Celsius. Maybe a little bit warmer since I checked, but
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to get higher than 24 or 75 Fahrenheit. So I definitely don't live in the U.S. Because right now it's hot in the U.S., especially out west, out south.
No, you
Stuff like
definitely not live in U.S.
You know what that also reminds me of, Shadow? That reminds me, technically, because there's a thing called the heat island effect, or major urban areas tend to be warmer than surrounding countryside.
Yeah.
So something else to keep in mind, right? So, because usually it's because all the buildings, the cement, the skyscrapers, all this other stuff, right? They tend to absorb the heat. There's less greenery, for example, right? And stuff like that. So there's a big difference right there. Now, on that same reason, usually it's warmer in the winter, right? In the city, generally speaking, for a little bit. Because all the buildings are radiating heat. People, buildings, cars, vehicles, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, I just said that right now. Canada, enough said. This is why I have a maple leaf on my channel icon. I actually had to put that down. It was one of the reasons why. Because everyone always thinks I live in the US for some reason. What state do you live in, Sierra? I live above the states. Because I don't live in the US. I talk in Celsius, meters. But I know how to convert to inches and feet if it need be. Or Fahrenheit if need be. I think people actually assume that I do because I'm like, I'll actually say it in Fahrenheit or inches, but or something like that. People assume that I live in the U.S. because the way I say it.
Yeah. Well, I'm really impressed that you can convert Celsius.
No, well, it's not that I know there is a mathematical formula, but it's because I know close enough approximations, right? Without actually doing the actual math. I mean, there's the whole numbers. 10 Celsius, 20 Celsius, right? 30 Celsius, 40 Celsius, right? And so forth, 0, and so forth, right? I tend to just go with those, right? Close enough for general conversation or whatever, right? If I need to be specific, then, I'll do the math, but it's just like distance too, right? Kilometers, miles, and all of that stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's because I start to remember the numbers in there, so I know the approximation, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
well, I
something to keep in mind. Well, something to keep in mind for people that travel from the U.S. to Canada and vice versa, right? Because you have to know that, right? Or would like to know at least the approximation, right? Especially if you're driving. So if you coming back to the driving again, right? If you're crossing the border, right? Know that kind of stuff. So anyone that crosses the border more frequently in a vehicle probably knows that kind of stuff. just because
Yeah.
they have to deal with it all the time, right? So it's just easier to they either have a cheat sheet on their dash or whatever, or they've memorized it well enough to approximate it, where they're not gonna get a speeding ticket or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I have problems with to converting from
Distance?
Celsius
Oh,
or
temperature.
or to Fahrenheit and things like that. I don't get. I don't understand that imperial system.
Well, I mean,
It's too
well,
complicated.
there, if I remember right, see, Celsius was supposed to go by like where zero is freezing point, and 100 Celsius is boiling point, right? And I
Yeah,
think the way that Fahrenheit was supposed to be done is by like using my train of thought. I actually watched a documentary about it about Celsius and Fahrenheit. Well, it was a history about temperature, so and how that
yeah.
all came about, right? I mean, let's not get into Kelvins now. that's a whole different thing. Let's not get into that. That I don't do because I don't use it enough day to day. But
Well, you get a question there added again. Maybe ask you.
I think. Oh yeah. Fahrenheit was supposed to be how it feels like, kind of feels like. So like when people say, "Oh, it's 100 Fahrenheit," it feels hot, right? 30 feels cool Fahrenheit, right? Which is 0 Celsius, right? Then there's 50, 60, 70, 80, 90 Fahrenheit, and so forth, right? If that makes any sense. So what you would feel it as compared to Celsius, that's that are scale of it, where it's done by like, increments of 10. Just like meters and centimeters are usually done by measurements of 10. I would have to double check that, to be honest. That's why I don't want to give a number out right now, because I'd probably be wrong, or I probably underestimate it too much. Like in a lot of places, it's gone up. That I know for sure. Rent and all that stuff has probably gone up here too, right? You know what I mean, Shadow? It's
Yeah,
not just in the US or in Europe, right? It's here in Canada too, right? There's issues with housing in different parts of the country right now and stuff. And like I said earlier, when Fort Haven and Iron Firehorse were still here, right? I mean, like, look at the thing that happened in Vancouver, here in Canada, with housing,
yeah.
with the homeless and all that stuff, right? I mean, tents were on fire. I mean, that's not a good sign. Encampments been removed and all that stuff, right? I mean, I guess that happens in bigger cities, I guess. You know what I mean? Stuff like that happens. So.
The metric system is much easier.
Well, I mean, it goes by increments of 10. Like when I grew up, I learned it like that, right? But I actually gradually picked up Imperial, just because, right?
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know it like the back of my hand, but I tried to. It's because having an international audience on my channel, right? Viewers from the rest of the world and in the US, it just had to do it anyways, right? And the numbers just kind of stuck in my head. It's not that I
yeah,
know the conversion exactly. It's more like the numbers are repeating, right? 0 Celsius, 32 Fahrenheit, all right? 10 Celsius, 50 Fahrenheit, 16 Celsius, 60 Fahrenheit, 21 Celsius, 21, 22 Celsius, 70 Fahrenheit, 80 Fahrenheit is 27 Celsius, 95 Fahrenheit is 35 Celsius, 104 Fahrenheit is 40 Celsius, and minus 40 is the same in both. That's the way the math goes.
Yeah.
For example, right? If it's minus 22 Fahrenheit, that's minus 30 Celsius. 0 Fahrenheit is about minus 17 Celsius, which is actually the freezing point when water has salt in it. By the way, that's one of the.
Yeah.
It was one of the things about Fahrenheit. I remember. That's why it's at 0 for that. Because it's like a feel like temperature for towards the body. I think something like along the lines of that. Hey, it's been a while since I watched that documentary. I would have to refresh my memory on it by looking at it.
Yeah.
All right. Oh yeah. By the way, can you post that link that I posted to you earlier? I was posted earlier.
You mean on Instagram?
Yeah. See, I watched this the other day, a couple weeks back, right? It talks about
No, I didn't post it.
Yeah.
I can post it here if you want to.
Yeah. What's the name of the title of the video? It's a video here on YouTube. I watched it, right? It was very educational in terms of. So when Gil and Dioris were talking about that stuff, I'm like, oh yeah, I just heard about that or watched a video about that, right? In terms of they need someone to start the power plant or whatever, right? Yeah, because it slowly has to build up the power. And I kind of learned that from this video, so I thought it was very educational. Something to know about, right?
There is
especially in a grid now, right? If you're wondering, how come the guy over there is getting power before I do, right? Sometimes you just gotta be patient and wait about it, right?
Yeah.
Not everyone gets power back at the same time. Sometimes they have to do it in a certain way, or else they won't get it back because it needs to build up into it.
Yeah.
And I think Gil was talking about the frequency having to match and stuff like that. Yeah, I heard about it on this video. Yeah, that's the link. I'm trying to remember the name of the title, but anyways, practical engineering or something along the lines of like that is the channel name. But I thought it was very educational. Something to remember that during grid down, like why does it take so long? That's the reason, because they have to get certain things up first and build up the power, because they can't just bring it all back at the same time. Because it's too much for a generator, right? They gotta build up they use a generator to get a little smaller plant, and then a bunch of smaller plants helping much smaller and medium-sized plants. Then all of those together can build back up like a much larger power plant, whatever it is, regardless if it's fossil fuels or with renewable energy. Then they can bring back certain little things, right? Because if you think about it, what happens if everyone's running AC and then the power went out, and right, the AC is just going to be all those AC units are going to draw a lot of power, so they need even more power than needed. They need more power to start with. That way, because if you go back into a blackout, blackout, for example, then it's even more difficult. Because you've just spent that generator, the fuel, right? Because now you got to start from square one again. So something to keep in mind why power outages actually last this long. At times, it's not just because of like, oh, the line's down or whatever, right? Not just because they gotta bypass it. It's because they gotta do it in a certain sequence, certain way. That way, it doesn't go back down, right? Because you don't waste that opportunity. It's it's a not a one shot, but you only get like one chance at it. You know what I mean? So they got to do it right by the book. So yeah, I think it is about 15 minutes long. or whatever. It's near closer to the ending of where it talks about what I'm talking about right here. So I'm kind of paraphrasing a little. Do your own research and stuff like that. Yes. Like, I don't know the ins and outs about it, but I'm like, oh, I think I can understand this. It's
Yeah.
understandable for someone that doesn't know too much. So. Hopefully my headset will actually have charge. That'd be nice too. I think it's
Yeah.
travel. There we go.
Yep. Can you hear you loud and clear?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud
No,
and
I'm
clear.
just making sure. It's going through.
Yeah, that's good.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah. That's all. I. This is why people, when I'm like, let's say I'm in the passenger side and someone's driving, pick up those
Yeah.
speakerphone or whatever.
Hey, Vanessa.
We say, I'll answer it, right? You're the one driving. It comes back to we're in the same position, in the same
Yeah.
vehicle, right? Because if
Yeah.
you're distracted from driving, but it's for the sake of safety. But because still, right? That's why. It's not. It has nothing to do about I want to answer the call or talk to them. No, it's because you're gonna get distracted, right? Like if I would even say that if I was driving and there was a passenger, right? Can you answer a phone for me? I'm driving or whatever. Can you get right? That's why when someone's driving and someone asks and they ask you to get something or whatever, you do it, right?
Yeah.
Because you're all right. So well, safe travels, Vanessa G.
Yeah.
Catch you later, Sandy. But yeah, you know what I mean? So yeah. Just one of those things that doesn't seem like it's taught at times. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I give you 1 sec. How are you doing, Vanessa? I hope everything is okay with you. Ah, you're searching for the sausage. Yeah, you can do that. And I hope you find it. And yeah, those sausages are really small.
You know, I can still hear you guys talking about food, right?
Yeah, I know.
Remember, I said I was using a headset, so I can still hear you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, there's certain little things you would still want to do regardless if it was a small town or big city. Although sometimes you would pay attention a little bit more
Yeah.
with more people around, right? Not let your guard down just because there's no one around or it's in a small town, right? And then you get
Yeah.
complacent, all right? Next thing you know, oops, someone ran that red light, someone ran that stop sign on you,
Yeah.
right? And it, like I said, it happens. Yes, I know. This has already happened here in Canada at least once. Actually, a few times. Actually, there's been other times too, for some reason.
Yeah.
So it's not. I mean, like I said, you don't want to be part of that, right? You don't want to have to deal with issues like that if you can. Try to mitigate that and avoiding it, right? Just like, sometimes avoiding confrontation, right? As much as possible.
Yeah.
Because
Exactly.
you gotta exert so much effort into confrontation and you don't know the outcome all the way, right? Because there's always variables or whatever, right? Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
know they
That's
had that. I didn't know that, right? I didn't know, right? That's why trying to like mitigate it as much as possible and not put yourself in a vulnerable situation, like excessively. Like I get that people jog with headphones or whatever, right? Music, I get that. I do too, right? Or whatever, right? Something like that. I get that, but at least look or turn down the volume so you can still kind of make out the outside. You know what I mean? Like you're
yeah.
jogging through the woods or a park or whatever at night or in the evening or whatever, right? I mean, like, yeah, I get it. You want music to keep you entertained and motivated, right? Like you can turn around and jog on the spot and turn back around and keep going, right? And just turn, right?
Yeah. Right.
Because muggings are a thing in urban areas, right? Mugging, especially out in certain areas that are more secluded, right? More in suburban type areas with less people around, you're gonna have that situational awareness, right?
Yeah.
Taking a look around the next corner, right?
Right.
And stuff like that.
You need to
I mean,
know what.
even when I'm walking at night, because I know better too. Right? I take a look and be like, you know what? If I think someone could jump me right here, it's a possibility that could happen.
Yeah.
Most of the time, obviously, it's not, right? There's no one around the next corner, but I'll take the corner wider, right? That way I have a little bit more space to work with, right? And stuff like that. Like even to the point where sometimes I'll actually take out my everyday carry flashlight, right?
Yeah.
And use it in that way in terms of, so, you know what? I can spot them, right? Right? Because you're like, it comes back to giving yourself more lead time. It's just like,
Yeah.
in terms of driving, giving yourself plenty of time to stop and stuff like that. You're signaling in terms, or your signal lights and stuff like that in a vehicle, right? You're giving people more time to react to what you're doing. Because
Yeah.
when you don't have lead time, that's when you run into issues. Because you don't have time to prepare, you don't have time to stop, you don't have time, right? That's why like storms and stuff like that, like tornadoes, like lead time saves lives. Because it does. It gives people time. When you give people time to react, they can make a good decision versus I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna do this right now.
Versus bad
Hey, I got
decision.
5 minutes. I got 5 minutes here. Stop, slow down, think, observe, plan, right? That stop acronym, right? They can, okay, I got 5 minutes. I can grab my bag or something like that. And versus no time left over and rushing out without even grabbing like your ID, your driver's license, maybe deeds if you're fleeing from fire or flooding or whatever, water or whatever, right? Because, I mean, if you think about it, when you give people more time, usually you can make better decisions.
Yeah.
Usually. I say usually, right? Where everyone knows your name. Like cheaters. Yeah. See, Shadow, this is why I hate to say. Well, not only because I was busy right before the stream started, but that's why I let
Yeah.
you guys do all that kind of talking about SHTF grid down first. All right.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that stuff can't happen, but remember, the probability of anyone experiencing it is less in comparison to, especially when we're talking about differences between big places and small towns or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Car accidents are probably going to be much, much likely to happen to a person or to people that you know, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, you can ask people and be like, hey, have you been in a car accident or know someone that's been in a car accident? They're probably going to say yes. If you ask someone, have you been in SHTF? Have you been in blackout or in a grid down power outage situation? They'd be like, a few times, but I've seen more people get hurt in car accidents, right? The more likely. And
Yeah.
usually, if you're more prepared for the little things, the more common things, you're probably going to be prepared for those bigger things, right? Because you have that situational awareness about it, right? You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I know.
Because you know that you want to give time to people to react to your driving or whatever, signaling or whatever. You're probably going to give yourself more time to react to, you know, a forest fire nearby, or and the thing is that it has happened here in Canada too, right? Right.
Yeah.
Here in Canada, if it's not Fort McMurray, it's Hope, out west here, and other places, right? I mean, so because if you think about it, a lot of the time there is a degree of warning to that, except for a lot of times people get complacent and be like, "Oh, it's not the reach all the way over here." But suddenly, you know, the next 5 minutes, the wind picks up, the gust picks up, and the wind starts to head your direction. Then next thing you know, it's just like the fire just grew, doubled in size in like an hour, whatever, you know,
Yeah.
something like that, as they say, right? And it happens so fast, right? And it's the preparedness part of it, right? So something important.
Yeah. I agree.
So that, yeah, because if you, I mean, let's always remember. I know next month, September is National Preparedness Month, but let's actively
Yeah.
be thinking about it year round, right? Because you know that should be something you just think about year round, not just specifically in September, for example, right?
Welcome back to yours.
Yeah, sorry, my friggin' phone, it overheated and it shut the stream down.
Yeah, I figured.
I see.
I figured
I see.
that was something like that.
Yeah, because I
This
was
is
just
why I
talking and
gotta
then
get
I
it.
just look at the screen and you weren't there.
Yeah, I know. I was just like, I was mid-sentence and then boop, and they kicked me out. I was like, ah, dang it. And I was like, well.
I
But-
thought, you know, until I saw the screen, I was like, oh, that's nice of Steve to give me the space, the room to talk here. Then I'm like, no, because he's gone. That's why. He's not talking because he's not there. That's why, CR. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just saying, Dioris, like power outages and grid down can happen, but car accidents, stuff like that are probably more likely to happen to a person.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Especially in the wintertime,
Well,
right? That's
small
probably
scale
way more
grid
common.
down events happen on a day-to-day basis. You know?
No, don't get me wrong. Yeah, don't get me wrong. That stuff happens, but I'm talking about like a major event.
Oh,
grid down
yeah.
event,
No,
like
that's
like
one of
let's
those
say
like that's like one of those
2003,
1 in
right?
100 things or 1 in 1,000 things. You know?
Yeah. The odds of it, right? Like if you think about like that 2003 power outage out east.
Just think,
You know?
like and in the United States alone, we're comparing accidents. You know, the likelihood of a person getting into an accident versus the likelihood somebody experiencing a long-term, extended grid down style power outage.
Yeah.
The odds are pretty much nil, but you know the odds of you getting into an accident's pretty pretty good because, like, in the United States alone, on average, we have anywhere between like, I think like 35,000 and like 40,000 accidents per year. Well, like not accidents per year, I should say deaths related to car accidents per year.
Yeah. Exactly. And all the issues that go along with that kind of stuff. Right. Insurance, expenses, hospital stays, recovery, all that stuff, right? I mean,
and like I said, that's just the deaths that I put out there for the stats.
Yeah.
Because injuries and just regular fender benders, those obviously are going to dwarf the deadly accidents.
Of course, of course. Just like, for example, a power outage can happen even if there's no storm. Well, you know what? You can get in a car accident or things can happen even in the best weather conditions, right? Sunny, clear skies. Daytime, too, right? Not just at night or something like that.
Yeah.
And stuff like that. Because, I mean, like, I've seen things happen midday, right? Midday. There's no clouds in sight. Visibility's perfect, right? It's just user error, or people rushing, trying to beat a red light, or not waiting
Well,
for
here's an
someone to
example
complete
of a car accident people don't really take into account that still result in a death. It doesn't necessarily mean that there's property damage. Car striking a pedestrian.
Oh yeah.
Cars strike pedestrians every time. Like every day, there's probably at least one pedestrian out there that gets hit by a car.
Regardless if it's from jaywalking or from someone
or an inattentive driver that's distracted or driving under the influence.
I mean, my buddy. I have a buddy named Robert who actually got hit as a pedestrian from a car, right? Yeah, pretty much a hit and run. He was so pissed off about that, right? Because it's just like, because you know what I mean? Because you just got injured and it freaking hurts, right? Obviously, if you get hit by a vehicle, it's not hurt. You'd be lucky if it doesn't hurt. You'd be lucky, right? But I mean, like, it's just regardless if it's user error from the vehicle, right? It still happened. It doesn't matter anymore, right? Because you're already in pain and all this stuff, anyways, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, I've had close calls too, right? So I know it can happen. I mean, there's been where was that? I think it was in Ontario. Or was it in BC? Well, anyways, there was this other thing where speeding vehicle ran a red light, hit a pole, lost control, then hit people on the sidewalk, right? That was horrible. All right. And it comes back to situational awareness again, right? I think it was like people, a couple of kids too, right? Which is really sad, right? But it's just like situational awareness again, right? As an adult, right? If you're walking with kids or whatever, or just in general with people, right? Situational awareness, right? Because it could be that one time where you react fast enough, say something, and everyone gets out of the way, and you manage to dodge it, right? Situational awareness is really important. Like, just like how I was saying earlier about the power outages and stuff like that, something that less likely to happen. But back in 2021, during the major heat wave that we had here, right? Everyone's running AC. I was just like thinking to myself, and it's way above seasonal typical values, like for this area, right? Where I've seen 95 Fahrenheit, right? 35 Celsius plus, right? I was just saying to people, I didn't say it, but like in my head, I was just saying, like, because it happened on a Monday, right? I was just thinking to myself, there's gonna be a power outage or a brownout, just because everyone's using AC and fans, right? For you guys in the US, maybe that's more common. But here in Canada,
there's a lot of brownouts that happen in the US as far as like people run their air conditioners.
Fans and stuff like that because the demand's
there's
so high.
there's a huge current draw that happens, and like I said, the fuses that are on the actual, like, I'm not talking about fuses in your house. I'm talking about their actual, like, big fuses that open up that are on the utility poles. You know, they can only carry so many amps. The same goes for everybody out there that thinks it's a good idea to go out and get an electric vehicle because they think it's green, you know, or whatever their reason is, because they don't want to pay for gas anymore.
Well, I won't get into that, but it's
Yeah,
green if
but
it comes from a green source.
Okay,
right?
that's a topic on its own. The point being is, like, those fuses can only take so many amps. The transformers themselves that step the electricity down, I should say, from, say, like 13.4 kilovolts down to 120 volts AC. Those can only handle so many amps, so many amps of draw current off of those. Because even those, a lot of those, at least in the U.S., a lot of those they are actually at their maximum capacity. Some of them are operating 25% above their maximum capacity.
Yeah. And if it gets pushed even harder because, like, extended amounts of heat wave, right? Because
you got the heat wave. And for those transformers, it's a 1-2 punch. You got the heat wave from the exterior heat, but you also got the heat that's being generated from the electricity that's flowing through the electrical lines and through the transformer itself.
There's more demand.
More demand. So it's just,
think about that. That's a free and one punch right there. Or free one hit right there.
So, like, Transformers' biggest enemy is heat.
Yeah, see, that's why when that happened in 2021, I just kind of had that feeling, because it's just like the perfect recipe, like that perfect storm recipe is coming to fruition, right? Heat, people are using more electricity, AC fans or whatever, and at that time, it happened probably right before dark. Like, it was in that kind of evening time, right? So people are cooking. Using stoves too, right? Fans are on, ovens are on, microwaves are on, all this other stuff, right? I was lucky that I just ate. So, I mean, it didn't last long, a couple hours, so I was quite fortunate, but I was just
it's an inconvenience.
Well, it was, slight inconvenience, right? I had a cool shower, but I had solar light, so it's just like, oh yeah, I'll just bring the solar light into the washroom, right? And stuff like that. It was just like, basically, it just gave me a chance to experience it and, try a few things and be like, oh yeah, this is why I have a flashlight in the washroom. That's exactly the reason why now. That's why I'm a big proponent of any washroom that does not have a external window that allows natural light to come in, put a flashlight in there, or at least a candle and a lighter, if you're not that, right?
Yeah.
Because, like I said, if you get caught in
nothing more romantic than showering by the candlelight.
Yeah. But the thing is, like, people would be having cool, if you think about it, right? People might be having cool showers to kind of cool off, right? Imagine if the power just went out right there and you just have soap in your hair or shampoo in your hair, right? But you don't have a flashlight in there and you didn't bring your phone in. What are you going to do? And I mean, I guess you could walk out in the buff or whatever with a towel around you, but it'd be nice kind of to, I can still finish because I have a light source in here. Oh, I was smart enough to bring my phone in here. I'll just turn that on or whatever, right? And that way it's not an inconvenience, right? Because now you planned ahead, right? Oh, yeah. Look at this eventuality that just came, right? Thank goodness I planned for it, right? Proactive, right? You're more proactive out there, right? So that reinforced why I decided to, washroom, flashlight, Like, even if, I know Gil and Hugo from CB from Hugo Homestead, right? I know they both have these flashlights that you charge while plugged in, right? As soon as the power's out or it gets unplugged, it turns on. Yeah. So if you had that in a washroom,
a few of them.
Yeah, if you like today.
No, not today.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant today.
Previous live streams.
he's kind of prepped for the
Not
day
in
and all.
ShadowScoutSwede, but his own.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm aware of that, right? That's why I'm just like, yeah. If you had something like that in the washroom, at least it would give you a chance to get out of the shower or rinse your hair off from the shampoo that you just used. Because Murphy's Law, when it happens, it's probably right when you just lathered and you have like shampoo in your hair, right? And there's no one else around, and you're home alone, or it's dark out already, right? So you can't just walk out into like outside your door to see something because it's actually dark outside already, right? Right, knowing like it would happen like that, right? And right. I just don't want to be inconvenienced by something like that. For something I know that I can prepare for better by actually, simple flashlight, right? Even if it's a dollar store flashlight, all right. I mean, I have one in the washroom that's just a dollar store flashlight because it's gonna be a rare case that happens, right? And let's just say if it was more extended power outage, I have other lights I could dip into if I had to anyways, right? It's just for that slight inconvenience of, hey, I'm in the shower, I'm home alone, in a washroom that's dark now because there's no power. I don't have my phone with me, or let's just say it's dead or whatever, right? Oh, I have a contingency plan, right? Right?
Yeah.
So, like, the pace, right? Primary, alternative, contingency, emergency, right? The emergency plan would be a candle later, for example, right? That contingency plan is like, I have this dollar store light, the standard 9 LEDs that runs on 3 AAAs in the washer, right? Maybe a primary might be like a phone or another more stronger flashlight, right? Rechargeable one or something like that. That would be how I would pace that in a situation like that. Because the thing is,
back to the power outage thing, some of these areas that are rural, they're on rural water and they've got they have their own wells, and their own wells have electric pumps that are electrically driven that are tied to the grid, just like their own houses. So when their house power goes out, their well power goes out. So then they got no running water.
Yeah. Versus, unless they've already had some stored away in containers along the lines of that, right?
One of the popular alternative methods for pumping water is they got this one pump that siphons water from the ground, and it uses solar energy. I don't know how to describe it. It's not like a conventional pump and motor. Like it's completely activated by the sun. I don't fully understand how it works, but I know it's not like a conventional solar panel and electric motor, in the sense that most people would think.
Okay. Because I am familiar with this air water moving technology from like the past. It's like a corkscrew, and basically it draws it up through that. It's like old school, really old school.
Yeah.
Like Egyptian old school, like Da Vinci old school, right? I've heard about that.
So this one pump I'm thinking of, it's similar to that of like. You ever seen those rocking horse style pumps out in the fields that are pumping oil from the ground, crude oil?
Yeah. You would see that in the distance.
Yeah, they have.
If you think about Texas, you would think about that, right?
Yeah. Well, I've seen those all over the place. Not just Texas. Like I've seen them in Oklahoma, and I've seen those in Kansas, Nebraska.
Yeah, exactly.
Montana.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
North Dakota, South Dakota. But I think, like I said, they got a pump that's similar looking to that. Like I said, it's on to pump water, and it's solar operated. I don't fully understand how it works, but it siphons the water from the ground using that kind of a pump, that style of pump. It's just miniature.
I see.
Yeah,
I see that. I see we have a question.
I don't know how it works, but I just know it's actuated by the sun. I just know that. Maybe they use bimetallic pieces of metal, where one expands and contracts, at a faster rate than the other, and then it cools. I don't know, but like I said, something like that.
Dioris, let's not try to like lose everyone here. And let's pretty like, you lost me at solar. I know what solar is now. Anyway, someone's asking about like two-way radios. Like they live 45 minutes away from their family. I think they were saying about CB radio and stuff like that. They're probably more knowledgeable about that. So it's a question. Yeah, you have it highlighted, right? Yeah. Can you see that?
See what?
I think media is asking this.
What's
they
the best
live 45
two-way
minutes.
radio to have? I live 40.
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. That's above my pay grade.
Oh, okay.
I use
But
I've got a
45 minutes
channel
away,
CB. I've got a 40 channel 2-watt CB radio, Citizens Band radio. It's made by Uniden. I picked them up over at the truck stop. I figured out these things got severely limited range.
Yeah, because I keep forgetting they're talking 45 minutes away, but how far is that distance anyway?
Yeah, well,
45 minutes.
I
45 minutes by highway speed. I mean, like,
in order for those to actually work the way they're designed to, you'd have to either have some sort of repeater station, or you'd have to put like a 3-foot folding whip antenna on them. You can buy the whip antennas off of Amazon. They're like $33 for the antenna, and the radios themselves are about between $55 and maybe $65 a piece. I'm sure there are better radios out there.
Just to relate it into this kind of big city, small town kind of topic that we have here, right? I mean, during the grid down, right?
Yeah.
I think they say that for the most part, because texting is usually better if there's cell service.
Yeah, because it uses less bandwidth on the cell towers.
Yeah, compared to a voice call.
Yeah.
Or internet, yeah. So something to keep in mind too. Something I learned that back in like 2009. I went, okay, I'll keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, right? During an emergency, maybe I'll text messages, not call. Whenever possible. As although that's gonna be difficult, to a landline, but hopefully there would be another option in there.
Likely if the cell networks are being overloaded, landlines either A, overloaded, or B, it's offline.
Yeah, because obviously you're not texting.
Because there's some sort of interruption, something going on.
Well, you can send a text message to a landline, but it'll be converted to AI voice, right? But that's going to use more bandwidth compared to just typing, words. Now you're transmitting audio, which is higher in comparison. Yeah. No, who knows this better? Well, I do know one channel, but they haven't been around for a while, so I can't recommend that right now. I don't know who would know this better, to be honest. Sorry, we're not as helpful this time, media. I think media is the one that's asking this, right, Shadow?
Yeah.
Sorry, I have my phone in the shade right now. I don't want to overheat it in the sun. I don't want to be like this guy here. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, because I guess we didn't really even touch base on that communication part much. Because when I joined, you guys were talking about like grid down or outage or something like that along the lines of that.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, so I missed the first little bit.
We were talking about everything from civil unrest to just interruptions and general.
Yeah, I mean, it's
and
not that it
different
couldn't happen.
contrasts.
Yeah, I mean that's on a grand scale, like more rare to happen. Not unlikely, but more rare to happen in comparison to, let's say, that fender bender, the car accidents, right? That could happen in town, right? Because that's more likely to happen to a person, day to day, week to week, month to month, right?
Yeah.
But it would be compounded if there was grid down. Because obviously the lights aren't all work in an intersection, right? How many people actually remember to treat, the lights are out at an intersection, you treat it like a four-way stop, right?
Yeah.
Some
there's
people
a lot of
forget about that, right? And it's like, and as let's say a more ready or prepared or knowledgeable individual, you're like, thank goodness I decided not to go right there because someone just pulled out right there real fast. Because I thought I had the right of way four-way stop, right? Because I was there before they were to the intersection, right? So you should have the right of way. Because you've been there longer than they. Coming from, you know what I mean? So you notice that all the time. I notice it all the time, anyway. From time to time, right?
Yeah.
Something happens.
Some of these newer traffic signals, newer intersections, they'll have backup power on site, but it's like limited. Like it's the backup power is only good for like maybe a couple hours because it's drawing current off of a battery bank that's nearby.
Yeah, exactly, right. Still have to use your own bits.
But I think correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if the statistics are correct, like my statistics are correct, I think they said like there's like 15% or less than 15%, at least in the U.S., 15% of all intersections actually have battery power backup on site for the intersection.
Yeah, I think in a more smaller town, smaller place, suburban area, you might get away. More likely, the four-way stop would be treated like a four-way stop compared to something like, let's say Chicago,
a battery
Toronto,
bank.
Vancouver here in Canada, right? like people are even don't remember that, Oh, it was in the driver's ed manual. I just brushed by it. Well, there's a reason why it's there, right?
Yeah.
But stuff like that can happen, right? And then
anyway, Shadow, CR, I'm gonna have to cut it short. I got some stuff I gotta do. I got a friend I said I was gonna invite over anyway, so I gotta go ahead and get to it.
Yeah.
Okay, dude.
It's all good.
Thanks for letting me come back after I briefly, abruptly left.
Well, at least this time around, you can actually say "see you later," right?
Yeah. See you guys later. Yep. Sorry about that.
All right. Later, man.
No problem.
Yeah. Just future reference. Yeah. If I dip out like that, short notice, it's probably because my phone overheated again.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
It's all good. All right. Later.
Later.
Yeah, that was a good thing to keep. Question right there. Yeah, about the radios. Yeah, because I keep forgetting that I'm like integrate down. What are you gonna do about that, right? And let's just say communication like cell towers are down or highly limited, right? Because usually if cell towers are down or limited, they'll prioritize calls to like 911, for example, right? First responders to use.
Yeah.
Power plants and communications for that, right? They're not gonna prioritize like average Joe or Jane, right? You'd be lucky you can get a call out, right? I think this is why they say texting, right? Texting, right?
Yeah.
So, or if you have another way to get the word out to someone, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And indirectly kind of make conversation.
Yeah, I watched a couple of years ago a video about a guy. He had a CB radio, and what he did was he had a marine battery, and he connected. Say it again.
Oh no! I was just saying. Go ahead.
And he connected the CB radio to that battery, And the best thing with that was it was not connected to the grid, so he ran his CB radio on that from that battery. So that was really cool, actually. And he had a pretty large antenna as well, so he could reach it a little bit longer. It depends on how high up you are. Let's say if you are on the 10th floor, in your balcony on 10th floor, and you put a 2.5 meter antenna there and connect that antenna to your CB radio, you will reach a little bit longer than if you would be on the ground level.
Yeah, I mean that's why antennas are up high, right? Because there's a what's that called? The curvature of the Earth, right? Signals go straight, right? There's a horizon limitation. You can only, as far as the horizon, right? Beyond that, you can't reach that without a repeater or without bouncing it.
Yeah.
I think someone else here on YouTube said something about that before. I do pay attention. I do pay attention to this kind of stuff, right? I might not know it all. I know I don't know it all, but I do pay attention to what people say, right? Or a little bit more knowledgeable about it or have experience with it, right? Because I'm like, let's keep that in mind. Just in case. Could be useful information later on down the road, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see your comment in there, media. Yeah. What's the towers go down? What's next, right? Kind of deal. Because, like I said, I mean, technically on the eastern side of the continent, that happened back in 2003 with this power outage. That was like it cascaded out of control. And then next thing you know, like major cities like Chicago, Detroit. I think down here in Canada it was Windsor and something like that because it's on the eastern side, right? Totally blackout, no power, right? And it took a while for it to gain it back, right? Because they were losing control of it, right? And next thing you know, something else is down, right? So they had to try to limit that and then try to, find some generators and kickstart this one little thing, then all these little things add back up and try to get the grid back up, right? For more people, right? I think this is why a lot of the time from hurricanes and storms or whatever, when the power's out, that's why it takes people that get power back first are just the lucky ones or live closer or whatever, right? But some other people, they got to wait an extra day or two or a couple of days, right? So hence, in terms of preparedness, if you didn't even know about how close or how fast it can get back, have enough to get by for at least that 72-hour period of time, right? At least more would be preferred, right? Because then you have a much wider or bigger buffer zone, right? Not just that narrow 72-hour or 24, 48-hour type of time period, but like, let's say 5-7 days or longer, right? I like that comment. No last comment in there. I was just reading about that. That's funny. Yeah. Oh, speaking of which, this reminds me. How's that generator going for you? That battery bank, that huge battery bank you saw. I thought you said you got. How's that?
Well, it's still fully charged. So.
Have you tried it though with stuff?
No, not yet. But I haven't had the time. But I will.
Yeah, right. And hopefully before an event actually happens, right? At least then you would know how far you can go push it, right? How many things you can plug in, how much time you would get out of it, right? It's just like knowing how long your battery can last on your phone. I like to know that kind of stuff, or how long can a solar light go if it's fully charged, right? I like to
Yeah.
know that stuff just so I can gauge the time. And hey, if I gotta reduce the power usage, I can then. If let's say the grid down or power outage, brownouts, blackouts are more longer periods of time or extended periods of time or affecting a vast greater amount of area.
Yeah.
You know, it's not just a city block. It's like the whole north side of town, the whole west end of town, right? Because that's much more major, right? Because the inconvenience of that's much higher, right? Because you can't just drive to somewhere that has power, per se,
Yeah.
right? You have to drive quite a distance, and you got to go through intersections with no lights. There's probably other people on the road, right? And you got to take more time, right?
Yeah.
And all that stuff. So that's why I'm a big proponent of trying stuff out as much as possible, right?
Yeah.
Like I've been kind of talking to someone. They just bought solar lights, right? I'm like, have you tried them out? Yeah. And they're like, no. I'm like, okay. What are you don't wait for? You don't wait till winter to try them out, right? For me, that kind of stuff, I want to try it out right away. I want to know it's working right away, or like how long does it take to charge? How bright they are at night, right? And
Yeah.
stuff like that. Like I just got like one of these floodlights, right? I did test right away because I enjoy that part of it, right? Because it's like, ooh, I get to try stuff out, right? Something new out,
Yeah.
see the lifespan or life cycle or battery life of it, right? Now I know exactly how far I can push it, right?
Yeah.
Because I've tried it out, right? So now I know. So this floodlight, as part of what my emergency preparedness plan is, like I can dip into that for a source of light, right? But I also know how long it can go for, if not absolutely necessary, right? Because it's a solar floodlight.
Yeah.
So like I know that it's bright, but how long? I want. Well, people are like, "Oh, just read the instruction, the manual, or go online." I tried doing that. I didn't see any information, right? So I'm like, screw it. I'm just gonna test it myself and know for myself, right? Do my own research, right? Do my own research about it, right? That's why. That's why when like I watch certain things like that on, let's say, videos or whatever, I like to see people trying stuff out. Just like, oh, I tried this out. I charged it fully and it lasted this long, right? Because sometimes you don't get that information in a manual, in instructions, right? They don't say that. Might even be explicitly said on the website. But, third party or someone else has done the research for you, right? And I'm like, and you can confirm that because you just tried it yourself, right? I'm like, oh, okay.
Well, see,
'Cause, like, oh,
uh,
sorry. I keep forgetting how late it is for you. It's like afternoon for me. I'm like, I can keep going on for like the next like 2 hours.
yeah, I think I need to wrap things up now, buddy.
Okay.
It's almost 1 a.m. in the morning, so I don't want to sleep too long because I begin to work Monday, so I need to use the most of the Sunday as much as possible. I don't want to wake up too late on Sunday morning. So,
Well, I'm way ahead of you on that because I can take care of folks in the side chat. But remember,
yeah,
they'll see that before they hear me say it. Is that latency time difference or time
yeah,
difference or latency from what we're saying to what they hear? Usually it's about 30 seconds. So, anyways, I appreciate you inviting me like usual as your co-host. Like usual.
yeah,
It was kind of lonely without you on Saturday. I'm like, what to do? Well, I guess I'll just work on this. Water some plants or something like that.
Do you believe that the game, the Fallout guy, can help someone with survival? Well, never played the game, so I can't
I
tell.
never played that. I've never. I wouldn't mind playing games like that. I don't mind. Actually, to be honest, I've always enjoyed games, regardless, card games, video games, all this stuff, just for the mental exercise of things, right? Problem-solving aspects of it, right?
Appreciate it.
Strategy.
Again, media. I appreciate that. Thanks for stopping by.
Yes, I appreciate the comments. Some questions in there because you know what? To be honest, we should be openly thinking about it, right? Not being so hush hush about it, right? Because like I said, it could help someone else out, or help your family or friends out, or people you know, right? You care about, right? So
Yeah.
that's how.
But anyway, guys, we wrap things up now. Thanks for stopping by, guys. I appreciate it. And I'll see you next week.
Take care,
the same time, same channel.
Probably the same time. Most of the time.
The same time.
Most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Shadow will have a topic ready.
I hope so.
Yeah, so like you want to drop a comment after on the replay about topics, right? You can consider it. I imagine you're always looking for topics, right? Like I said, there's 2 weeks in a year, right? And things like Halloween, Christmas, New Year's, all this other stuff, that's a given, right? But every other week, what do you have? Next week, the week after, like this month, right? What do you talk about, right? So
yeah. So take care, stay safe.
Take care, everyone.
I'll see you later, and I see you next week. And we are out.